You are live, Madam Chair. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Good morning, Board of Commissioners, and to the citizens of Douglas County. Welcome to our Monday, November 14th, 2022 virtual Zoom work session. I shall call this work session to order, and I'll start with roll call. District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III.
Present.
District 2 Commissioner and Vice Chairman Kelly Robinson.
Present.
District 3 Commissioner Tarenia Carthen.
Present.
District 4 Commissioner Ann Jones-Guider.
Present.
And Chairman Dr. Ramona Johnson-Jones present. Board of Commissioners, we do have an established quorum. Again, I hope everyone had a very good weekend, and certainly would like to congratulate our the candidates who won their election. Again, congratulations to Commissioner Henry Mitchell III for being reelected to District 1. District 3 Commissioner Tarenia Carthen, congratulations to you for your big win as well. And then our new commissioner, certainly would like to acknowledge him of District 4, Mr. Mark Alcarez. Congratulations to you for winning District 4. All right, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move right into, we have a presentation, but I've had a request from Judge Barker this morning. He has court, and I want to allow him to come in, so I'm just going to make just some slight adjustments. Judge Barker, you're on the line. I know you have to be back in the court, and I wanted to just dive into your business items right away.
Madam Chair, point of order, we're going to come back to public comments later.
Oh, you know what? And I don't hear Judge Barker, so let me just ask for the public comment. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Clerk, is there anyone signed up for public comment?
Good morning, Chairman. And I just sent word to Judge Barker, by the way, to see when he's going to be on the line. We did not have anyone sign on for public comment, but I would like to ask if there are any citizens that would like to speak at this time.
Start video.
Yeah, they should be able to hear you. Oh, there's Judge Barker. We're on citizens comments, Judge. So as soon as we get done with that, we'll get to you.
Sure, thank you.
Are there any citizens that would like to speak this morning? Being none, Chairman, I turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Clerk Watson. All right, we're going to move right on, and again, excuse my oversight about our public comments. So we want our citizens to have to weigh in with their voices. Good morning, Judge Barker.
Morning, Madam Chair. Everyone
How are
else?
you this morning? This nice
Doing
chilly
great.
morning.
Busy morning as usual.
I know, and wanted to make just slight adjustments to allow you to go forth. I know
Yes.
you have court this morning.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. Board, we'll start with tab number 9, authorization to approve the annual contract with the Judicial Alternatives of Georgia, Inc., JAG, for misdemeanor probation services for state court, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Judge Barker, if you could just brief us quickly, if you could.
Sure. This is just a continuation of the contract that we've had with this company for several years now. They're a private probation company, and they have provided services both for the state courts as well as misdemeanor cases in the superior courts. They've been doing that for a number of years, and have provided, in my view, excellent service for the county. They are very responsive to the needs of the courts. They handle their issues in a timely manner. They make a lot of trips down to the jail and are able to resolve a lot of cases by consent, which saves us time in court in having to deal with those matters. They keep us up to date on issues that arise, whether it's questions about scheduling or those kinds of things. They're always present when we're having court, as far as on the criminal side, where there are pleas that are being done. They routinely meet with offenders that have entered pleas in the courtroom and do that in a timely fashion. And so Judge Fortner and I have been very satisfied with the work that they do, and would ask the commissioners to approve the renewal of their contract. I believe, I'm not sure if Judge McClain is on separately, but I know he's talked to Judge Fortner and I as well, and I'm pretty confident they feel the same way about their services in Superior Court as well.
Thank you so much, Judge. Any questions, board, for Judge Barker?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge.
Morning, Commissioner Robinson. How you doing?
Pretty good. Feeling a little under the weather, but I'm doing good, so I'll be quick. Question for you. You and I have history, and we understand how probation works. Prior to this current service provider, we used a company called the Sentinel. We had some challenges back then. As you call it, even it was a private company, and the prior board of commissioners actually funded a private company. We subsidized it to make it work, dealing with those people who are, I guess, pauper status is probably a better word, indigent. They couldn't afford it, but they were guaranteed something, by right to get coverage. We've now shifted. So I need you to just give me, so to confirm, prior to the prior service provider, with that being said, are they doing better than, just barely enough, or in comparison? Because I do have context.
Sure. No, we the quality of the service they're providing as far as JAG has been very good. We don't they're not asking for any extra compensation. The Sentinel, the issues with the Sentinel was a unique situation from that particular time. Sorry about that.
You okay, sir?
But that we don't have that same situation at all with JAG. There's no need to subsidize. They charge fees that are authorized by statute, and they've raised no issues or indication at all with our necessity to do anything like that. I think they're perfectly satisfied with, again, what their fees are all pretty much set by statute and by law, what they can charge and they can't charge. And they've not come to us for any type of increase or anything like that. I think this contract tracks along what the statutory fees are that they've been authorized, and I don't foresee any issue similar to what we had with Sentinel, a number of years ago. We've been now doing business with JAG, I believe, for probably at least 4 or 5, maybe 6 years. I'm not sure exactly how, but a number of years for us to be pretty confident in the service they're providing and the business arrangement that they have with the county.
Thank you for that. You answered. The secondary question I had was how long have we been with them? So at least 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I think we're in that range now. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We'll make a note of that. Second point, then I'll change the question, is how many people do we, like, if we have on average roughly somewhere around 650 to 700 people inside our law enforcement and detention center, how many people do we have, that's annually or daily or whatever, however you guys communicate and publish your statistics, how many people do we have right now, roughly? I know I can't hold you to an exact number on probation.
Sure. I think it varies because there's different types of probation. Some people that are on probation for like minor traffic offenses are not really supervised that much because once by law, they can only be required to pay a supervision fee for 3 months. And then most of them are on non-report, but they still have a caseload. But as far as what I would say, your traditional misdemeanor offenders, I think they're probably looking at a caseload of, as you said, I'm guessing, I haven't looked recently, but they normally carry a caseload now of about maybe 600 to 700. I'm sure the number counting the traffic offenders is a little bit higher than that, but I don't think it's near the number it was a few years ago since they changed the rules in what probation. And also, since Ms. Compton has been solicitor as well, we have far fewer people on probation for especially minor traffic offenses. Our office has been very good as far as getting those issues resolved where folks don't have to go on probation. We have what we call the partial payment option plan, where folks can be paying off their tickets. They might not be able to afford paying a ticket right away, but we also give them the ability to make payments without going on probation. So we resolve a lot of cases with that, which keeps the probation numbers down. and it saves people in the community from paying extra probation fees when they're able to do that.
I understand. I could go on. I appreciate it, but that's long enough. So we got to get you back. Thank you, Judge. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you. But by the way, can we get, Madam Chair, can we ensure that we get that data? I still would like to know the statistics on how many people are actually on average.
We can get that to you, Commissioner Robinson. It wouldn't take me very long to get that. I'll get that to you.
Whenever you get around to it, just send a staff member to send it over. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're good.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. You have one more. Tab number 11 with this authorization to approve the annual contract with Judicial Alternatives of Georgia, Inc., JAG, for misdemeanor probation services for the Superior Court, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review.
Yes, ma'am. And as I indicated earlier, I've spoken to Judge McClain, Judge Fortner, and I have, and they are completely satisfied with the services for their court as well. They obviously don't have the volume of misdemeanors that our court does, but they do have cases that get reduced to misdemeanors from time to time. So they do require the use of JAG in their courtroom. And Judge McClain has indicated to me that I had his authority to indicate to y'all that they are satisfied and would request that the contract be approved as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions, board? All right. Thank you so much, Judge, and have a great day.
All right. Thank you very much for the accommodation. Commissioner Robinson, I'll get that to you as quickly as I can.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Okay, Board of Commissioners, this morning we do have a SPLOS presentation by David Good. David Good is here. David, certainly you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Give me a moment as I get into a better location so you guys can hear me, as I'm out of town right now. Yes, Rick, if you can, please bring up my presentation, please. All right, thank you very much. As you guys can see, as everyone can see, thank you, citizens, thank you, business owners, for participating in this blossom. Our September revenues, we'll talk about those updates and then work through October. Next slide, please. We will, as you see the agenda, we'll go over projects completed, our strong revenues, as well as project updates and fire EMS, the radio system, as well as transportation and parks and rec. Next slide, please. The revenues this September, again, they are remaining strong. It's well over $3 million. It's $3,119,007. That's compared to the expectation of a little bit under 2.1 million. So therefore, this back in September, we were $1 million, a little bit over $1 million over what we anticipated. The total revenues since the beginning of the 2016 SPLOS, which started in April 2017, these numbers are through September of this year. That's $157,065,546, and that's $22,255 over original projections. Right now, we are truly anticipating end of the year. This SPLOS will end in April of 2023. So the SPLOS collections ends basically in 6 months. So we have 6 more months of revenue coming in. Next slide, please. This next slide shows a chart, basically a full year from October 2021 to September of 2022. That amount that we are averaging is 2.96 million. And then if you think of just SPLOS year 6, this final year, those 6 months, we're averaging a little bit over $3 million. Next slide, please. And again, we definitely want to thank the citizens for participating in their SPLOS. When we think of all the different sources that we're going through with Parks and Rec, fire EMS, as well as transportation, we are seeing a good use of the revenues going out. One of the projects that we have was the phase 1 street lights on I-20. Verified that that is complete at a cost of $112,766. I drove up and down I-20, and I did verify that all the lights were on. The last one was Post Road, which was done back in October 27, 27. All the roads that we did were Thornton Road, Lee Road, Chapel Hill Road, Highway 5, Post Road, as I said, and Liberty Road. So basically going from east of the county to the west of the county, all those lights are set up. Next slide, please. And in this phase 2 part, we still have sections on 166 to do. Fire Station 11, and this actually is a picture of one of the Post Road. This is the intersection. Now, one side is going looking south and the other one is looking north. And as you see, the lights and the risers have been installed. So that project, as I said, verified and complete. Next slide, please. And luckily, we have the anticipation of Fire Station number 11 has finally, we finally got the utility permit and encroachment permit from GDOT for the driveway and sewer along SR 92 Dallas Highway. Southeast Civil Group has finalized the plans and cost estimate to advertise for construction. Also, we have fire tanker trucks, cost of $964,820. That amount is coming from SPLOST reimbursable, so that will not go towards the 32% of fire and EMS. So this comes from the reimbursables from the cities. The contract was awarded to 10/8 Fire and Safety. Estimated delivery date will be this coming summer. Also, we have Chapel Hill widening, which was one of our original projects, at a budget of $2.6 million. We're doing the design and right-of-way. SEI is finalizing the right-of-way plans. Pre-acquisition activities will be the very next phase. Next slide, please. And the long-awaited New Manchester High School sidewalk, which is one of the final sidewalks that is coming in under this SPLOST. It's a budget of $1.5 million. SEI is right now waiting on GDOT to approve the encroachment permit. Right-of-way acquisitions are underway. This is also one of the projects that we did add more funds during the reforecast as we did expand that project. Lee Road widening phase 2, which we know phase 1 was going to be on the other side of the freeway, going towards Commissioner Mitchell's district. And so Lee Road widening phase 2 is in Commissioner Robinson and Carthen's district. The Lee Road widening phase 2, CMS is continuing grading. It's about 30% complete, and drainage work throughout the project. Utility work such as water, gas, electric, also continuing throughout the project. And as I go up and down that street, we do see a lot of work being done, so I am pleased with the progress. Also, new playground equipment at a cost of $371,283. And Hensley Recreation awarded a contract. The equipment has been ordered for Deer Fair Play in Woodrow Park. Expected delivery date is May of 2023. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll open it up for questions. And as again, I said, this SPLOST has been doing very well. And I want to thank the citizens in this past election. They approved another SPLOST to come through. So again, with that, I yield.
Thank you so much, Mr. Good. I believe my ears heard you say 22,000 over. I believe you need to say $22 million.
I'm sorry, yes.
22, no, that's
22
okay. It's a big difference, but that's okay. I just wanted to just make a note of that for those ears that are listening. Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions for David Good, our Communications Director for SPLOST?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm not running wet, so I will be quick. First, again, I echo your sentiments, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Commissioner Mitchell, District 1, Commissioner Carthen, and Vice Chair Lake from District 3, and Mr. Francesco for Alcaraz, rather out in District 4 for winning, coming in, new leadership. Look forward to that. Just as well, to David's point, Madam Chair, congratulations on the SPLOST package. I had a chance to look at the DC 23 TV, and Commissioner Mitchell was on there with Gary Dukes and Terry. Commissioner Mitchell, it was solid, very solid. Now think about the education that has been consistent and the awareness of how well this SPLOST has gone. 5 straight years, and you can look at the fruit. It was solid, above reproach. And again, it's the team that was assembled, so I appreciate Moreland Altobelli, now known as Atlas and the Herman J. Russell Company. Well done. David Good Communication. Well done. Well done. Man, this past weekend, I'm at Brookmont HOA. Obviously, I like to start there and stuff, and they're very pleased. Packed house, gave their sentiments. All they focus on is about quality of life. Better restaurants, better grocery stores. No, we're good on everything else. We like to have a fire station right here in our community, or that city. And you gotta do something about the mall. Okay, they ain't got to do it, me, but okay, fine. I'll take it back. But the point is, we delivered, and they want us to keep going. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that. There's not much I want to talk about. I know I will bring it up in finance and transportation. It's on both agendas. That, okay, now what? It's been approved. We got 6 months, give or take. We know the process. We know what we need to do. There's some decisions that have to be made. Is it going to be existing teams? Are y'all going to break this up? Obviously, you're 5 years in the current, for all people, so you probably would have to put it out. We've got on demand. We've got decisions to make. What's going to be on the list? What's not going to be on the list? There's no rush. I'm just saying that, let's get on through the budget process. But, I mean, the citizens spoke loudly in Douglas. Keep going. We've got unfinished business. We've got work to do. And we're heads down about that. And it's something to be proud of, not to be, you don't have, no, stand strong. The fruit spoke for itself. Well done, y'all. And that's all I want to do is make a statement, Madam Chair. There's nothing to talk about SLOSS. David, you guys finish out what you're going to do. And obviously, you get more guidance once the board chooses to do what they want to do in the future. Finish out this one, and then we'll take up the next one whenever it's the pleasure of the board. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Any other comments, board? Any other comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
Yes, I too want to congratulate those that were reelected, and of course, I want to congratulate Mark Alcaraz for his big win in District 4. He'll do a great job for this county. I would like to ask David Good, where are we on the sidewalks for Bright Star Road? There are wrecks all the time right in that curve. People walk up and down that street. The traffic is awful. So where are we on that project, if anywhere?
David, your mic is muted.
Sorry, I was having a conversation with myself. That would be the next project that's coming up when it comes to sidewalks. Miguel Valentin might be able to shed more light as we're heading into the winter months on that. But I do know that's the next project, as they say, on the list. It was the final project in sidewalks, so that is the next one as we're finishing out New Manchester. So if Director Valentin wants to speak more to it, that's my knowledge of it.
Is he on the line?
Yes, Director Valentin, can you weigh in about the sidewalks for Bright Star?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Yes, there are a number of projects that were on the initial or the reforecast list, SLOSS list. And the funding that was allocated for those projects was to do the initial field investigation and concept design. So that would be the next step on that project, to hire a consulting firm to do a field analysis and determine what needs to be done by way of design, what elements of construction they are probably going to get into, how much drainage there might be. So there will be a preliminary or a conceptual plan with an estimate developed. That would be the next step. And then beyond that would be to get into full design, any needed right-of-way acquisition and construction. But as it relates to the current SPLOST, the element that is funded is to do the initial concept design for the project, and that will be the next step.
I don't recall that terminology attached to the project. I thought it was to put in sidewalks along Bright Star Road from Douglas Boulevard over to the four-way stop.
Yes, Commissioner, what I meant by that is when you are trying to install sidewalks, sometimes you have to manipulate or add to the drainage or deal with the drainage components along the road. You may have to add pipes, you may have to extend pipes. That's what I meant by attaching to the project. In other words, the goal is to have sidewalks, but in order to have sidewalks, you gotta have curb, and you gotta do something to make the drainage work properly. So all of those elements would be part of the initial assessment, because that's how we establish the cost of the project, what the anticipated cost.
How much money was put aside for the sidewalk on Bright Star?
It was for the initial concept development was $200,000.
So we got to have someone come in and say how to drain the sidewalks for $200,000.
And to develop a concept plan, and then to finish the design will be the next phase of it. But that will require potentially additional funding because when we will have to advertise we'll have to negotiate a fee for the initial phase, and if that comes in somewhere below 200,000, then there will be some money left over to go into the next phase. But I suspect that it may take more than the 200,000 to complete all of the design. But as part of the reforecast, that was what was allocated for the project.
So do sidewalks normally cost this much? And I know we've had sidewalks put in different locations, and this is there was nothing about the money limited to that project. So I don't understand. Did they have to go through all the phases that you're saying we have to go through?
They didn't do it in phases like we are having to do it now because the budget was available for those projects. It was allocated for the design and the construction. The issue became, as part of the reforecast, that some of the projects that were constructed came in at higher than anticipated cost, and so the funding had to be allocated for those projects to get those delivered, and therefore there was less funding available to continue to move the rest of the projects. And so the determination was made at that time as part of the reforecast that all of the other projects that had not been started would be allocated funding just for the initial phase.
Okay, I'll go back and check my files on that. But it's a very dangerous road, mainly because of the speed, the amount of traffic, and the real bad curve that is right before you get to the four-way stop. Very bad. There's a wreck there about once every 2 months or so. There was one just recently, and they run into someone's yard and everything else. I don't know why. We can't make the traffic slow down on that road. But when you add pedestrians alongside it, then there's potential for innocent injury to happen. So I'll check and see exactly how the terminology was, but this first I've heard that this was just for the design. I don't think we've ever had this discussion before.
It was, Commissioner, it's been a while, but it was part of the reforecast meeting presentation that was done at the Senior Citizens Center in Lithia Springs. That's where we talked about what was available and how the funding was going to be allocated.
Okay. Okay, with that, how about the intersection at Highway 5 and Douglas Boulevard?
Well, I'll defer to Madam Chair as to whether she wants me to get into those details on that project at this time.
That's a splosh issue.
Madam Chair? You're muted, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, yes, just, you could just briefly share what's going on with that project, please.
Okay, yes. I'd be happy to. Yes, Commissioner Guider, as it relates to Highway 5 and Douglas Boulevard, the design has been completed. We are in the pre-acquisition, or actually in the right-of-way acquisition phase. The permit has been applied for through GDOT. And so we're getting fairly close to having all the elements in place. I have had a meeting, or I've reached out to the city as it relates to right-of-way acquisition issues, which I will not get into details in this forum, but nonetheless, that is progressing along, and we're going to have further discussions to be able to move those elements along. And then once we have all of those elements completed, we'll move into advertising for construction. But we're getting closer, but we still have some things to button up.
So you finally did talk with the city.
We did.
And but you never told me what happened, because I was the one that said, please go to the city and talk. And you said, oh, okay. So I never heard back from you.
Well, Commissioner, just to be clear, we did have some preliminary discussions. We are going to have a sit-down meeting, or it might be virtual, but we're going to have a more detailed discussion. That's coming up later this week. And so I'll be able to brief you on the outcome of that towards the end of this week. But so the discussions that I've had with them was about the issues, how to move forward. And again, I don't want to get into details in this forum, but we're making progress there, and hopefully we'll get it resolved.
Okay, because the city has agreed to help with the financing of that, because it affects them all. And the sales tax. So it is badly needed, besides the traffic backing up to Chick-fil-A on some days, and which is about a third of a mile down the road. And so it's very important. And a lot of people don't shop in the mall because they don't want to go through that intersection. So you need to keep that in mind too. But I'll be glad to sit in on that meeting with y'all when you meet. Is it this week?
It's this week, yes. It's probably going to be virtual.
Oh, okay. Well, please send me an invite. I'd like to. This is a project that we've been sitting on for 6 years almost. So, and it was a badly needed project for the whole side of half the county. So we really need it. It's caused a big problem with traffic and growth in the county, because as long as that intersection's not fixed, we're not going to encourage too many home projects and things like that, because it's going to add to the traffic that's already there. So we need to get it fixed. So please send me an invite to the meeting that you set up. Okay?
Will do.
Thank you. You're back, madam.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Snyder. I will add, board, are there any other remarks before we move on? I will add, sidewalks take quite a while, not only in District 4, but all over this county. It's just a slow surgical process, and I've witnessed it firsthand. Probably all these sidewalks have taken close to 6 years, Commissioner Guidance. So that's, initially when I came into office, I thought sidewalks would be a quick win, but transportation has their own niche, and they have to make sure that everything is precise, and I respect them for doing what they do. So just wanted to just add, for just those listening ears out there, these sidewalks are, in all the districts, have taken a long time. So anyway, Board of Commissioners, if there's no other remarks. Commissioner Mitchell, I'm sorry.
Just one quick comment. You're absolutely correct, though. There is a process, and I think Miguel did his, as eloquent as possible to state that we've been waiting on the various sidewalk projects, which we all thought that was low hanging fruit, as we called it, that it takes time and it takes that process of, either acquiring land, understanding the runoff, where the water goes, who will put up curb and the whole nine. So great job. My question though is to David. David, so can you tell us kind of how do we fare with the minority and other businesses, local, what was that number? I may have missed it though, but kind of how do we fare in that whole SPLOST layout though?
Okay, well, as you know, I end up doing presentation on that part every other month, and so I'll give you the data from at least we were at 85% on our active projects.
David, your connection is your connection is a little rough there, my friend. Try that once again. Yeah, turn your camera off. That might be a lot better. Try that once again.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yes, as you know, I do that presentation on the vendors report every other month. So I give you information I revealed last month, which was we're at 85% of active projects. So those 27 active projects that we have going on, we're at 85%. And one of the largest minority-owned firms, DBE, CMES, they did receive the largest amount of available revenue for a project, which they're doing the Lee Road widening. So that amount went to that firm. So we're doing very well in attracting DBEs, as well as making sure that we're tracking the funding that's going out to the different vendors, whether they're DBEs, minority owned, or even local vendors, which is Douglas County and 30 miles around Douglas County.
Thank you. Okay, and I guess I'll look for that firm and written report, I guess, down the road here. But the other question I got though, and thank you again though, a job well done with the SPLOST, managing the SPLOST, the current one that we're in now. And you and Terry, your team did an excellent job at that. And kudos to the citizens of Douglas County understanding that this the new SPLOST, and thank you to the Chamber of Commerce and others who actually helped solidify this by promoting the positivity as to what this SPLOST has done, and the new SPLOST, not only what it could be and what it will be in the future. So great job, and thank you to the citizens of Douglas County for just moving forward with this, understanding that it only benefits the entire county and the success of this particular SPLOST that we've done and the one that's forthcoming. So David, in the end of this current SPLOST that we're in March, any idea of the numbers game, what you think? And then we get ready to go through the holidays and all that good stuff. Do you have an idea what we're going to end up at number-wise, or you forecast any numbers?
Oh, sure. Right now, if you look at the revenue that we just collected, we're at 150, I believe it's 157, a little bit over 157. Our anticipation for the entire SPLOST was 147 million. So right now we are we're 10 million over where we anticipate we're going to be at the end. So right now, if the numbers continue the way that they're going, or even if they continue and they go right down to as low as 2.1 million, we will be around $170 million at the end of the SPLOST. And those were the numbers that we were talking about during the reforecast, is that we were going to be somewhere between 165 and 171. And if we continue on that way, the reforecasted projects, they will be able to be completed.
This is good. And you
well,
guys.
Actually, let me say that with the exception of maybe the Parks and Rec, because there are some, they're only 17% of it.
Right,
so there's some projects that's in there that might not be able to get done. But
understood. No.
Yes.
One thing we do all know, this commission understands that we know we've got a list of projects that we would put on the list, and
Yes.
there are some that now below the list or below the line, as we talk about, that made it. Great job. But it's only because of those citizens and or those who come into Douglas County, paid their share of the penny. So job well done. All I can say, just job well done.
Thank you.
I did have another question. I'm having a senior moment. I forgot the other question I was going to ask you about the SPLOST. Okay, I can't think of it right now though, but again, job well done. Look forward to the next SPLOST. And again, for those who promoted this and oh, I know. So when we apply, when this commission, and this is not a question for you, David, when we apply the dollars and cents to the categories, we've already got the categories, we've got the percentages. Once we start aligning up projects, I'm looking forward to this commission actually putting the projects, and I'm glad we kept this type of an approach, because I think this is probably the best approach based on what we just, the prior SPLOST that we're in now, kind of how it worked and how it worked itself out with the SPLOST projects. When you agree, David, that this mechanism in play, like we did, and we're going to do it again in the next SPLOST, was probably an ideal way of doing it to continue that type of a process because it worked well in the current SPLOST, correct?
Yes, Commissioner, definitely, because whenever you have it as this project-based way, you're able to know what the funding mechanism is, and you know how you're going to fund that one project. You don't want to have a project and then not have the funding. You have to wait, as we did 10 years in order to use funds from 2002 SPLOST because
Correct.
the project wasn't completed then. So having it based upon categories and having those projects within those categories seems to be the best way to work it.
And I'll say this, I've had the blessing to have done it both ways, but I like this way the best. So great job to this commission, and I think we're ready to move forward and look forward to the next 5 years or so of the next one to get a lot more projects done and align them with the direction this board sees the county going, and I think we'll be all fine in the end. So David, again, job well done to you, Terry, and your team. And keep up the great work, and I'm looking forward to the next one. I'll look forward to the numbers on how we did with local and other minority businesses. Okay, thank you again.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. All right. If there are no other remarks, thank you so much, Communications Director, SPLOST Communications Director David Good. Appreciate the presentation. Very good presentation this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
For the commissioners, we're going to move on, and I want to just quickly remind you about the approval of the minutes tomorrow. But please be prepared to approve the commission meeting minutes of November 1st, the work session minutes of October 31st, and the budget workshop minutes of November 2nd, 2022, and our executive session minutes of October 31st, 2022, and also November 2nd, 2022. Just wanted to encourage you to review those minutes and be prepared to approve accordingly tomorrow. Board of Commissioners, our next presentation is Douglas County Customer Service Initiative Update, and we have Wendy Carlo here this morning, our Constituent Services Coordinator, to provide an update for us. Wendy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. I too would like to congratulate Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Carthen on winning their elections. And if Mr. Alcaraz is out there listening, we certainly look forward to working with you in the future. Rick, if you could pull up my presentation, we'll get going.
Yes, one moment. We're switching gears. Stand by.
While they're pulling that up, I certainly do want to thank the board for giving me an opportunity to present what we've been working on as we start focusing on our customer service here in the county. There we are. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. So this is just a brief overview of what we've been working on with developing our Douglas County Customer Service Plan. Rick, if you could go to the next slide, please. So what is the purpose of good customer service? So as public servants, we're obligated to take care of our citizens and to do it in a way that builds confidence and trust. So our constituents really need to know that their government is working to make their lives better. And that is what, I believe the purpose of good customer service is. It's building positive relationships between our citizens and our county government to make their lives better. Next slide, please. So some of the benefits, I think, and I chose this picture because we all know what Chick-fil-A is known for. I think they may be known for their customer service even more than their chicken. But some of the benefits of good customer service, it gives a positive reputation, it enhances quality of life, it improves our loyalty, not only from our constituents, but from our staff, because we serve our staff as well. They're citizens too. Increased revenues and improved internal communications. Next slide, Rick.
Checkout dates.
Need everyone to mute the mics, please. Thank you.
We don't have those. They're still there.
It sounds like Mr. Tim Pruitt, if you could mute your mic. Just trying to see. Okay, there you go. You have the floor again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we were looking at this, creating this customer service strategy, of course, we looked to the strategic plan for guidance. So there are two kind of guiding pillars of how this customer service plan was made. So first is our mission statement, to efficiently deliver superior public service that enriches the quality of life within a thriving, safe, and healthy community in a fiscally responsible manner. That's our mission statement as stated in our strategic plan. And then the other is this shift to a focus on service. And also in the strategic plan, there are 6 objectives, and customer service actually falls under, 6 goals, and customer service falls under goal 6, which is to transform Douglas County. And one of the objectives in goal 6 is to implement a workplace culture change that actively promotes equity and inclusion, collaboration, excellence, innovation, customer service, accountability, and trustworthiness. So we're using those 2 pillars to move forward with our customer service initiative. Next slide, Rick, please. Before we can really talk about customer service, the nuts and bolts of how we're going to provide customer service, we really need to look at transforming our culture, because we need to transform ourselves into a culture of service, a customer-centric culture. And ultimately, what we need to do is shift the way that we approach our work. A culture of service is about what's happening inside our organization. So culture is how our vision and values and our mission is upheld with our staff and also with our constituents. With a positive culture of service, our staff will feel more empowered to put our citizens first. And it's very important to have our leadership embody those values in our mission, because then our staff will model them. They'll model the behavior they see. Next slide, please. So a culture, the last thing that I'd like to mention is that this culture change is intentional and also guided by our strategic plan and mission statement, as I mentioned. Our workplace culture is something that needs to be intentional, because if we don't have a focus, it could easily go off the rails. So this is intentional, and we are being specific about how we implement this and about what our goals and expectations are. Rick, next slide, please. So how do we get there? Actually, if you could go to the next slide. The first thing we're going to do to really kick off this initiative is celebrate and acknowledge the staff that are already providing exceptional customer service. So the kickoff to our customer service initiative will be the Customer Service Champion Awards. So I invited directors to nominate someone from their department who goes above and beyond to provide premium and exceptional customer service. And those people are going to be recognized in a brief ceremony this Wednesday in Citizens Hall. Of course, you are all invited. So that's the official kickoff to this initiative. Next slide, please, Rick. And our plan, and now moving into our actual plan, we've got a 4-phase approach to our customer service plan. And the first step was to collect data. So as you may know, we started the customer experience survey on July 1st of this year, and it will run through the remainder of 2022. And this is going to give us a snapshot of the county's overall customer service status, which is great. But our departments also need customer service data because they have more specific functions that their customer service will need to address. So what we've decided to do is have the departments each run a customer service survey. The directors will select the programs they would like to collect more customer service specific data on, and they'll create a survey that'll run for 2 weeks. And this is just for each department to get a baseline on their customer service status. Now, we also have a customer service team. ACA Stuart Stanley believed that it was important to have, more heads are better than one. So we put together this team to kind of help focus and guide and just get a few more hands on making this initiative go smoothly. And we have 5 people on our customer service team. Me, of course, Portia Washington, who's over at Woody Fight, Rhonda Evans, who's in HR, Katie Gordon, who manages the Dog River Library, and Melanie Stinson, who is part of communications and runs the switchboard. So that we're all working together to help make sure we get the surveys out and hit some of our other goals with our customer service. So we will be working with directors to get their department specific customer service surveys going. And those, I think I mentioned, will run for 2 weeks. And the final thing in this data collection period is each department will have their own specific customer service KPIs. So they'll have 2 sets. They'll have their main, whatever their department is, function is, they'll have those KPIs and a set of customer service KPIs. Next slide, please. So phase 2 is the data analysis. So as I mentioned, we're establishing a baseline. And once we have that, we can prioritize, what needs need to be addressed and figure out what our areas of improvement are. So again, we will be working with the department heads to create their specific customer service KPIs. And I'd also like to mention we have customer service training plans being finalized now, and that should take place sometime in December. So there will be customer service training. Next slide. So using the survey data, the directors will determine their customer service KPIs and areas for development. The target date to begin tracking KPIs is January 1st, 2023. The directors will receive their training on how to use the stat tracker, what the system will be using to track our KPIs, between December 12th and December 16th. And we are also working, the customer service team and I are also working on outlining customer service standards and policies. So just, getting something on paper and making things more official. Next slide, please. So then, once we've done all that, we will need to make an assessment of how we're doing. So to start off, we will review our departmental KPIs quarterly. And at each review, we'll just take a moment to reevaluate and see if we need to tweak anything, and see how we can help departments deliver their customer service. How can we support departments if they need it? And finally, the last thing I'd like to mention, next slide, please, is our Douglas Delivers campaign. So we all work very hard for our citizens, and many of our staff go above and beyond, just go above and beyond. Sometimes people work on their days off. We have many people working night shifts. Shout out to our E911 operators. People are working in extreme weather and all sorts of other situations. But we do that because Douglas delivers. So that is going to be our new sort of slogan for what we do and how we do it for our citizens. So we have a very brief video that's going to introduce this Douglas Delivers campaign, and I'm going to turn it back over to communications to run that.
Every day, 1,200 Douglas County employees are dedicated to delivering exceptional premium customer service.
My name is Don Paul. I'm the juvenile case manager for Douglas County. My job entails in assisting families in our accountability courts, in our family treatment court, and our mental health chance court. As a case manager, my job is to make sure that the families are given a detailed plan and given certain services to address their needs and their concerns. The idea is to make sure that there is hope, that there's that we're able to give them trust, that the community, that us as community partners believe in them, and that as long as we provide them with the correct tools for living, that they'll be able to, manage their families and then work in a way to be an asset to the community.
Hello, my name is Kelly, and I work for Douglas County Senior Services as a case manager and information referral specialist. I deliver resources for people, and I also help the homebound seniors who are not able to provide for themselves anymore. We provide those services, such as the Meals on Wheels program, as well as our homemaker services, which is light housekeeping for the seniors who are not able to do it themselves anymore. We provide support to those who don't have the resources, don't have the support system behind them. We provide those services because we are their helping hand within the community.
My name is John Hausman, and I'm a kennel technician at Douglas County Animal Services. Just try to educate the public and try to smooth the transition, whether it's adoption or there's something else going on. Just try to give them as much information as possible. Just trying to serve for the most part.
At Douglas County, we deliver hope,
support,
service.
Douglas delivers.
So thank you so much. I'd like to thank the communications department for that video. They did a really great job, and I'd like to open it up to questions if anyone has them.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions regarding Wendy's presentation this morning about the new customer service initiative? Certainly, it's a segue off of what was really, we had originally started about a couple of years ago under the direction of our Deputy County Administrator, Fred Perry, but Wendy Cowell and her team have taken it to a whole new level, which is great. We're getting data that's necessary to allow us to measure our performance. Any questions, board, or comments? Vice Chair Robinson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Caldwell, good morning, greetings.
Good morning.
All right, so, right, great video. I loved it. And just to the public, Madam Chair, it goes back further than that. It goes back to 2017.
Yes.
When me, you, and Deputy, who was head of HR at that time, we had this conversation about measuring our performance. It just took time. But it's one thing to say you're doing good. It's another to show proof. Where's the data? Prove it. How do I give compensation and reward people without data? Right? So you think about customer service, associate satisfaction, all these things are related. And I just want to make the statement that I'm encouraged to see this because it's taken what, 6 years? Sometimes it's just timing. Sometimes it's leadership, people in place. Sometimes it takes money. And so I'm looking at this like, okay, this is good stuff. Very good stuff. And out of it becomes, and I appreciate the qualitative component of it. But we need that data. Further down the agenda, we're talking about spreading our compensation for employees. Now how am I get there? Without data? I mean, again, it's performance. Citizens are going to evaluate us, and then we're going to take that and say, now how do we apply that every year when we get in that room? I look forward to this process because I think you guys are on point. Again, Ms. Colorado, just keep going. Madam Chair, Madam ACA, you guys are on the right track, but I'm looking to the end of it. It's not the process, it's the end results. That we got to get to that data so that we can give real feedback to people. I've had this conversation with the HR director, like, okay, y'all need feedback. We need to know how well we're doing as we engage our citizens, how well we engage ourselves, how well, I mean, financially, we know we're right. We need to know how we're doing with our citizens and our associates internally. So this is going to be important for us to move forward to progress as a county. It's maturity. It's going to take some strength. It's going to take the right finesse. And it is a cultural change. It is attitudinal. Right? It's one thing, we have a responsibility. I'm in with this comment. It says, yes, government is about order. Government's about order. We chose a democracy to put over us to make decisions on our behalf and to take care of certain work. I get it, there has to be order, but it's how you will that order, how you will that power. And so when we as we be rendering customer services, are we bullies? Are we apathetic when we deal with citizens? Are y'all aware of the emails we get about touch points? Now there's a balance in that because we know citizens can be that, so it's a double-edged sword. And I get where this is about to take us. We're gonna get some real feedback now. Now you got to be transparent. Before it was hidden. We would hear these anecdotal stories about this, like, okay, but now you actually going to solicit input. So now we're getting facts, as my sons would say. And I look forward to seeing this data. So no questions necessary. Thank you for the presentation. I'm good. Madam Chair, you have the floor. Thank you. Look forward to the end results.
Okay, thank you. Any other feedback, board? Certainly would like to thank the board for allowing the footprint of our staff to be increased or enhanced because it's easy to talk a big game with the skeleton crew, but when you have the staffing that's there that can push these initiatives through, it really sets the tone for our future. And I see our Deputy County Administrator on, who he know that that was one of my first conversations I had with him when I took office in 2017 about customer service. That's what I'm used to. Healthcare, we chase customer service all day. We greet, smile, own. That's just part of the finesse game. So if you could, Director Perry, I see you turn your camera. You have something to add.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners. to Wendy, excellent presentation, great information that you just shared. Vice Chair and Madam Chair kind of briefly touched on the initiative that we soft launched back in 2017 when Madam Chair came into office. It is so excellent and rewarding to see that that you're taking this to the next level. Since that time, we've adopted our first strategic plan that gives us direction, it gives us goals, it gives us structure centered around this initiative, which is exciting. Vice Chair mentioned the data that will go along with this to help push this initiative along and let our citizens know that we're very serious about their experience once they come through the doors here in our courthouse. So I'm excited about it. I've sat in on the meetings as well, listening to what the team is talking about and how the plan is to move forward. So glad to be a part of it, and in any way, shape, form, or fashion I can assist with moving that forward. I'm excited about that as well. So just wanted to give you full support and let you know if there's anything that you need from my office or from me personally to move this forward. As I've said a number of times, culture is one of the things that is the focus of my office, and how we can continue to develop the culture here in Douglas County. So kudos to you and to the communications team for excellent video, and I'm excited about what's to come.
Thank you. Board of Commissioners, any other remarks? If not, I'm going to move on. Thank you so much, Wendy Powell. Very great presentation.
Thank you.
We're going to move on. All right, Board of Commissioners, we have proclamation tomorrow, which is tab number 5. Certainly, the proclamation is proclaiming the week of November 15th through the 23rd, 2022 as Farm City Week here in Douglas County. And that proclamation will be read by Mr. Joey Rainwater. Our next item, Board of Commissioners, is the County Administrator business. You have anything, Deputy County Administrator, today?
No business at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to the grants, Board of Commissioners, which is tab number 6, authorization to accept a grant in the amount of $448,320 with a 6% in-kind match from the Atlanta Regional Commission that will be used to provide kinship education in groups, reduce the home-delivered meals wait list, establish a homemaker voucher program, provide funds for assisted technology and initiate a pilot congregate meal program in the zip code of 30180, and amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. And that's Dr. Gilchrist. You have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I'm extremely excited to bring this before the Board of Commissioners for review and hopefully approval. Earlier this year, the Atlanta Regional Commission issued a notice of funding availability. Senior Services applied for that funding, and we're here today to present this award to the board. And so this award essentially will help us to expand our reach, also focus on our grand families and reduce our wait list for some of the services that we provide.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gilchrist. Board, any questions? I'm sorry. Or comments?
Yeah.
Okay, Vice Chair.
No, good morning, Dr. Gilchrist.
Good morning, Commissioner Robinson. How are you?
Pretty good. All right, real quick. So when we get notice of funding available, is that something that say, hey, we've got money available to you? Is it already prescribed as a framework, or is it like an open solicitation? Here's some money, here's some objectives we're trying to accomplish, and you submit what you want, what you're looking for funding for based on projects or initiatives? How does that work?
Absolutely. So with this particular note for the ARC, which is our regional commission, they put this NOFA out for anyone within the 10 county that they serve to apply for funding for homemaker services. So there are some prescribed services, but the counties have to apply for, state what their needs are, and also the amount or the number of individuals that can be served or that they plan to serve. Yes, sir.
So it's all about servicing.
Yes, sir.
So, and it doesn't have to be linear. It could be multiple prongs. So it sounds like you got 3 or 4 things that you're in there, but it's this collective group of seniors.
Yes.
But you're hitting them differently. Did I get that right?
Absolutely. And one of the things that we noticed, senior services, is that there was an unmet need. We do have a lot of grand families in the county, and this includes grandparents who are raising their grandkids. And so we reached out to some of the middle schools and elementary schools in the county and realized that there is a major need. So one of the things that we applied for with this grant was kinship care. And what this is going to do is just open a door for us to provide services to help meet some of those unmet needs of grand families via education and support group. So this is an excellent opportunity for us.
And again, when you were obviously when the board advised and consented to appoint you to this position, we knew you had the ideas. So now that you've been here, how long? 3 or 4 years?
Yes.
Do you have capacity to deliver these wonderful ideas? Because at the end of the day, the funding is coming up. How will you deliver these services, or is it already inherent in your current infrastructure?
Well, Commissioner, we have very limited staff, but our staff is committed to providing services to older adults in the community and to try to help them meet their needs. And so for this upcoming budget, I did ask for additional staff members to help us so that we are able to effectively and efficiently provide these services. Right now, my staff, we know the mission, we know what our charge is, and we do what we have to do to make sure that the services are delivered.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, when you think about the ARPA grant, which is the federal, we think about this grant, which is obviously state, we're sitting on liquidity. Now it's up to the exec team to implement. Like, you got people out there that with real needs, and it's about speed of implementation. It's about speed of implementation. Like, okay, guys, we're sitting on this. People got needs today while we're working out processes and agreements and contracts and all this. Who's going to do what? The citizens out there looking at us like, okay, but don't y'all see us? And all y'all glory that how well we're doing and how well our balance sheet is. Don't y'all see these people out here? So I appreciate, I know you're sensitive. I had to say that for the record. This is not about you, but you get my point. Is that, all right, now you've got this additional funding. Do you have the capacity? And it's an honest question. Do you have the capacity? But it sounds like you answered you did answer my question that you do have it in your budget. Because again, I'm looking at you like, now how are you going to deliver this? In light of all you've got going, the new senior center already, the big program you've got going on there, and we're adding more to it. Now the need is great. The laborers are few. So that's my point. Drive home that principle. The laborers are few, and I appreciate the volunteering. I appreciate it, but that's not a sustainable model. The people's needs are forever. We as volunteers, we come in, we come out. But your need is consistent. So we just wanted to make sure, at least I did, I wanted to highlight that point that you have the capacity to deliver. And it sounds like you have a plan. And it sounds like this grant is something. Is this the first time we've got this grant? Or this is new? Or is it always out there?
Yes,
all
sir.
Right,
this is the first time.
All right, new grant. Got it. All right, I'll let my peers yield. Madam Chair, thank you, Dr. Gilchrist. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Guidance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Gilchrist. Explain what a homemaker voucher is.
Right.
To the public and to me.
Right. So, Commissioner Guider, right now we provide homemaker services. And so what we do, we have a team who will engage seniors in their homes, assisting them with light housekeeping, grocery shopping, pharmacy pickup. And with the voucher program, which this grant will provide us, we have approximately 76 seniors on our homemaker wait list. And what we want to do is to decrease that number. And so what this will do, it will allow seniors to select a provider, essentially a service to come into their homes. And senior services will receive the funding from ARC, and we will reimburse that provider for providing the homemaker services within the senior's home.
You have 76
on the wait list.
On the wait list in
Yes, ma'am.
Zip code 30180, which is the Villa Rica area.
Yes, ma'am. They're just all over throughout the county. And so we don't maintain the wait list. One of the things ARC, they provide wait list maintenance, and seniors are encouraged to call into the Empower line to receive a space, I guess, on the wait list, or to have their needs evaluated for this wait list. So currently Douglas County has 76 individuals on the homemaker wait list.
This will provide like Meals on Wheels to these families. And the way this is worded, it sounds like it's exclusively for zip code 30180.
Well, the 30180. So when ARC, when they issued the NOFA, one of the things about it is that they issued this NOFA where we could create a pilot program. And looking at our data and the areas that we serve in ARC, we realized that there was limited services in that 30180. There was about 1,600, I believe, seniors in that area, identified in that area. And so what senior services, what we've done, we actually, prior to receiving our final contract, this contract we have before you, we reached out to Connors Senior Village, which is in the 30180 area code. And we've actually already started providing services to them. So we pretty much have a senior center without walls. We go to Connors 3 days a week. We provide recreational activities, aerobic activities, and they also receive a hot meal every time we're there. And so that's the start of our reach, and we're hoping that this funding will allow us to reach more individuals in that area. Again, there was about 1,600 older adults that were identified in that area that could possibly use services if they wanted to.
Okay, I just wasn't sure exactly what a homemaker voucher was. I've never heard of that.
Yes, ma'am. And so
you're going to set up a pilot program for that area
we already have
some meals and to give them assistance. These are mostly like grandmothers raising their children?
No, ma'am. And so there are several different services that this grant will afford us the opportunity to provide. So number one is the kinship care. That's separate. So kinship care is for grandparents. It could be a grandmother, it could be a grandfather who are the sole guardian or responsible for their grandchildren. So that's one program. The pilot program, which we've already began that program at Connors Senior Village. We're serving about 20 of those residents at this time. We provide 3 days a week, a meal, and recreational activities, and as well as educational groups. The other program is the Homemaker Voucher Program, which is open to anyone in the county that are on our wait list. So that's not just specific to 30180, but that's to everyone that's currently on our wait list. When we applied for the funding, we specifically applied so that we would be able to reduce the number of individuals that are on our wait list. Our services are very beneficial, and so we have limited movement. We're currently serving about 73 individuals, but we have 76 on the wait list. And so we saw where our wait list, there really was no movement. And one of the things that this grant will afford us the opportunity to do is to serve those who have been on the wait list, some for 1, some for 2 or 3 years. And that's going to help them meet, meet their needs. And the other thing, we have a home delivered meals wait list, which we have about 166 individuals on that particular wait list. And so the funding will also, pretty much afford us the opportunity to reduce that wait list as well. So what we're trying to do is to reduce the wait list and expand our reach in the 30180 area code through the pilot program. So you have about 4 or 5 different services that this grant will allow us to provide to citizens in the county.
But it's not limited just to seniors, right?
The grandparents, all of our services are for seniors. So the grandparents program is for 55 and older. Anyone that's 55 and older who has the sole responsibility of caring for their grandchild.
Okay. All
yes,
right. I just needed some more information. I wanted the public to know what we were talking about. Sometimes we put it in a little paragraph and they don't have any idea what we're talking about. So I just wanted to elaborate so that they will know that, plus that this service is available and they need to, I guess, contact you.
Well, yes, ma'am. Once the board approves the contract, then we will definitely start our advertising.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Vega. Any other remarks, board? All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Gilchrist.
Thank you.
Great presentation. We're going to move on to tab number 7, board authorization for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office to accept the FY 2021 SCAP, SCAAP, which is State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, in the amount of $68,031, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Colonel Oliver, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and Board of Commissioners.
Hmm.
The SCAP grant is a reimbursement program. Douglas County receives federal assistance for costs associated with undocumented criminal aliens who have at least 1 felony offense or 2 misdemeanors that are being held in our facility. The reporting period is typically from July the 1st until June the 30th of each year.
Thank you so much, Colonel. Any questions for Colonel Corporate Board? All right. Thank you so much, Colonel.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. We're going to move on to tab number 8. Tab number 8 is authorization to file a grant for a transportation planning smart technology grant in the amount of $600,000 from the U.S. DOT, which is U.S. Department of Transportation, through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which is IIJA federal program with no local match for a needs assessment, and develop a future implementation plan for the traffic signal control and traffic control center technology enhancements to facilitate signal coordination, signal to vehicle and vehicle to vehicle communications, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Valentini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to defer to the new Transportation Deputy Director to cover this item. I'll give you briefly a synopsis of what this is. There is funding available at the federal level, as you all know, for a variety of things, and we receive this information through the Atlanta Regional Commission when it's available for applications, and also our internal staff, grants manager. They also convey the availability of various opportunities, and so this is one that I think might fit in with what the goals of the county would be longer term. I'll allow the deputy director to introduce himself to the board. Some of you have met him already, but he can introduce himself and then proceed to do the presentation on this item, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. My name is Suleiman Rana, and I'm the Deputy Director of Engineering and Transportation. Give me 1 second while I set up this presentation, and then I'll ask your permission to start.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So today I'll be presenting this grant opportunity with U.S. Department of Transportation. The program is called the SMART Grant, that stands for Strengthening Mobility and Revolutionizing Transportation. The bipartisan infrastructure law authorized $100 million to be awarded by U.S. DOT for fiscal year 2022 for SMART grant programs. The purpose of this grant is to fund projects focused on advanced technologies and systems. This program will be conducted in 2 stages. Stage 1 is the planning and feasibility stage that we're currently pursuing. Stage 2 will be the implementation and construction stage. There will be only 30 to 50 Stage 1 grants for fiscal year 2022, and only the recipients of Stage 1 will be allowed to apply for Stage 2. The applications must be submitted by November 18th, 2022. Douglas County qualifies as a political subdivision of the state, and the 3 main technology areas that we will focus on are A, connected vehicles, B, systems integration, and C, smart traffic technologies, or smart technology traffic signals. The project conducted through this grant will be called Planning and Feasibility of Advanced Transportation Systems. The proposed improvements are upgrading traffic signal operations that falls under all 3 technology areas, and redevelop the traffic control center that falls under system integration criteria. Connected vehicles refer to the vehicles that send and receive information regarding vehicle movements within a network through V2V communications, or vehicle to infrastructure and everything combined, that's referred to as vehicle to everything communications, also called V2X communications. And the goal for this is to help provide advanced and reliable connectivity. Here's an image that shows a fully adopted vehicle to everything V2X environment. The smart technology traffic signals will offer improved active management and functioning of traffic signals using connected vehicle technologies. Also offer V2X capabilities using technologies like cellular-based V2X, which is C-V2X, or dedicated short-range communications, DSRC. DSRC is the technology that is currently being deployed by GDOT. Here's an example of a cellular-based V2X advanced warning. From the image, you can see that the driver is able to receive an advanced warning of road work ahead on the left 2 lanes. The proposed signal upgrades will offer V2X capabilities, connectivity to other agencies' technologies, monitoring of traffic data, ability to adjust operations for varying traffic conditions. And the image on the top left shows an example of V2X communication where the navigation system shows posted speed limit and a speed limit that the driver must maintain in order to get all green lights throughout the corridor. One of the most beneficial outcomes will be safe and efficient EMS and fire deployment through signal preemption. Smart traffic signals can offer feedback from traffic signal controller to the emergency vehicle, confirming the status of the signal controller. The ability of the emergency vehicle to send alerts to other vehicles through V2V, vehicle-to-vehicle communication, warning of its approach. System integration means integration of intelligent transportation systems with other existing systems and advanced transportation technologies. This objective will be met by redeveloping our traffic control center. Here is an example or an image of our existing traffic control center. The proposed traffic control center improvements will offer a fiber optic connection to the existing TCC, updating our monitoring software from MaxView to Kinetics, enhanced monitoring capabilities, space planning, coordinated EMS and fire deployment, and enhanced transit management capabilities. An example of a neighboring agency, Cobb DOT's Traffic Control Center, is also shown on the screen. The total amount requested from US DOT, US Department of Transportation, is $600,000 for stage 1, and there is no local match required. We anticipate this project to take about 9 months, but we will strategically adjust our schedule once more information is provided regarding phase 2 application process. In conclusion, our department is ready to submit the application by November 18th deadline. The department requests the Board of Commissioners to authorize the pursuit of this grant. And I'm now available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director. Any questions for our Deputy Director?
Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson.
The floor?
You have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, Deputy Director Ron, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
All right, so as you did in transportation, I need you to give a little bit more broader introduction on your background. You're going to be an important and integral role in our transportation decisions and implementation going forward. And I just need you're humble, but go ahead and tell people what you've done, where you're from, your background, like we did in the Transportation Committee. Take a few minutes, and then I'll get into the questions. Thank you.
Great. For sure, Commissioner. Everybody, my name is Suleiman Rana, and I've been with the county for a little over a month now. My background is in transportation engineering. I received a bachelor's and master's in transportation systems engineering. In the past, I worked as a private consultant for GDOT improvement projects and helped to deliver some of those projects throughout the state. I am a registered professional engineer in the state of Georgia. And with that, I'm very excited and looking forward to working with all of you for the betterment of the Douglas County.
Thank you for that. And so you have done bridges and roads and stuff, right? Is that correct? You deliver projects?
Yes, sir. That's been the focus of my previous employment.
Very good. Thank you for that. That was just a PSA. All right, question for you. So that being said, Miguel will help give cover if necessary, though he may be able to handle. We did a comprehensive transportation plan, very broad, very long-term, etc. We get, and again, but every now and then you have these opportunities, these grant moments. When I went to Washington, D.C., of course, one of the things that we did via the chamber and our flying is who do we meet with? The U.S. Department of what? Transportation. Right? That was important. That's why we do things like that, to learn, to better understand funding options and where the broader government is going, so that we can line things up. It's all about alignment. That being said, with this, we talked about Chapel Hill, traffic backed up. I talked about Thornton Road, traffic backed up. Now we've got density. And it's not just about holidays. And so what I'm hearing is that finally we're getting a solution that perhaps will allow us to synchronize lights all the time, 24/7 around the clock. Is that where we're going? Because again, we've been doing this, ITCS and stuff, Miguel, before you. And we've got this little building, and we're supposed to be able to look at, we've got videos that able us to look at traffic, but that's not the vision I thought that we would be getting towards. I mean, that's as far as we've gotten. Are we finally going to get there, Miguel, or Deputy Director? Are we finally going to get there? We actually can control our whole network from some room, and we can synchronize lights across the whole infrastructure. Yes or no? Are we on our way, or we're not going to realize that in my generation?
Yes, Commissioner. This is bringing our control system to another level. We do have capability now to control certain corridors. Not all of the signals are integrated into our system, but our system is aging, and there are new technologies coming out that facilitate doing not only what we do now, but doing it throughout the county and also integrating into new technologies. So this particular study is going to analyze, okay, what would it take to integrate all of the corridors in the county, regardless of who owns them, into our traffic control center. For that center would need to be upgraded. But yes, to your point, Commissioner, the comprehensive transportation plan envisioned that the county would move forward with technology updates. And so this is one step that we're taking, being that the funding availability has been announced. It is a very competitive grant, and so we're hopeful that we would be able to bring the grant funds to the county, but it is part of our strategy going forward with our CTP.
Yeah. So we're doing a good job of laying down hard infrastructure road, bridges, sidewalks, different. Got it. No problem. Moving forward, we know what that clip looks like. And so this is the technology that will enable vehicles on top of that infrastructure that we've laid, whether it's, I don't know, lights and whatever, and he says signals to vehicles and warnings, etc. This is beyond my pay grade, but I think I get it. But I heard you answered my question like, okay, I heard you say one per state or something like okay, this is really going to be competitive. And if we don't realize this, Grant, I mean, it's worth committing to. And it's more, it's rhetorical in the sense that, like, I get the grants, guys. We're not guaranteed them. But when we do get them, we have to appreciate them and apply them appropriately. But this is an area that we really push. We're so busy focusing on the infrastructure, the raw material, putting it down. But this is the next level. This will be the generation after me. Y'all need to lay down the foundation. We need younger. I thank you for the Deputy Director, Ron, for being here. Like, y'all got to extend this. There needs to be advocacy for this. We're already behind to that point. And so hopefully we'll write this the right way where it would be successful. But we're evolving and we can do better. We don't have a very big footprint. We're dense, but we're actually a good model, a good place, a good pilot program for us to prove this out. So hopefully it'll be successful. That's all I have to say. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Madam Chair, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Any other comment forward? All right. Thank you, Deputy Director Rana. Thank you so much. And welcome aboard again. All right. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to our next item, which is tab number 9, approve funding for the voucher program of $180,800 with the Atlanta Regional Commission to pay $169,952, and Douglas to provide the match of $10,848 for use with the existing voucher program. Director Ron Roberts, you have the floor. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I want to echo the some other thoughts too. Congratulations on the elections for our leaders that are staying on Trini and Commissioner Mitchell. That's good. This before us today is very similar to the NOFA that, and in fact, it came out at the same time as the NOFA that Dr. Gilchrist spoke of earlier. Jessica Hunley applied for this at the same time that Dr. Gilchrist and her staff applied for their grant. It will allow us to, this is in addition to our regular 5310 funding, which covers our voucher program. And this will allow us to expand that. Currently, we have 135 participants. We have 20 on the wait list. Back midsummer, I think we had 75 on the wait list. And so we're actually going. That's what we're going to do is move this money to expand the service. As you know, the participants in our voucher program pay 5% of the trip cost. We have, of the 135 active participants, nearly 60% are over 65, and at least half have a disability, and 85% are in low income. This is a very helpful grant. It's a very helpful program. And our voucher program has been around for a long time. And I remember many, many years ago, two iterations ago, when Eric Linton was here, and we started the voucher program with like a $2,000 match and see what we're having today. It just goes in line with that Douglas Delivers message that Wendy commented on earlier. We are watching out for our seniors, and we are watching out for our citizens. One of the things that I brought to the transportation subcommittee a while back was I had Common Courtesy came in and did a presentation. They work in some counties. We're looking at using this funding to do maybe a pilot program in the county with the funds. So yeah, just very excited about it, and available for any questions that anybody may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Roberts. Any questions? Okay. All right. Vice Chair, have the floor.
Yeah, no, thank you, Director Roberts. No, this is good, Director Roberts. I can't let this go just that easy. You put it out there. But you're right, we are committed to our seniors. And to your point, we go back that far. It was like, we have seniors here, and there's been more seniors, but we acknowledged it mentally, but we didn't put real heart into it. Right? I mean, that's what, I'm 14 years ago. We're just now awakening to this. But the board, I mean, again, I'm sure when you came on board, and Commissioner Mulcair, and we sat there, we took money out of the fund balance, like, gosh, y'all sitting on this cash, but roll stuff like that. What y'all doing? You're playing. You're missing opportunities to serve the need of seniors. Right? It took leadership. It took stand up. Fight for the seniors. Yes, they are reporting. Yes, I'm going to take this cash out this fund balance and ensure they get their meals consistently. Get those charitable, I show up and I'm volunteering. You cannot maintain this big of a county with that great of a need with some type of charitable approach. I mean, these people, I mean, whatever life event, wherever they are in their stages of life, this is life events, we had to show that we were inclusive, that we're compassionate, that we understood. It's not just about infrastructure. That's why I couldn't let this go. Like, no, guys, this is something that you celebrate. That, yeah, we got these opportunities. Like, yeah, they just need a little help. To my seniors, I get it. We get it. Just need a little help. We got dignity. We got this. But can we get a little help? Can you make a phone call, make sure I don't get in the wrong car? Can we get meals delivered? We got to live without government and everybody else without y'all. But can we get a little help for being citizens? Good program, Ron. Stand strong on it. This ain't all we used to do something like just slide it through so nobody won't see it. We don't want nobody to raise questions about what are we saying? These are seniors. I mean, where's the dignity in treating our elders like respect them? They're not batteries. And I just had to give you that, Ron. But thank you for standing up. I appreciate you bringing back common courtesy. Well done. Stay on that. You're doing right, Director Roberts. You're doing well. But you got to fight. Stand up. Don't back off on this and promoting those things and bring them to our forefront, because you're living it day to day. And as you're out there with mobility, or as you're out there working with Dr. Gilchrist, that the seniors matter. For the most part, they put most of us back in office. Maybe to hear just as much passion on this topic, not just some little side plate in the back door. They're to the front, off the top. And everything else we'll get to. But thank you, Director Bob. Thank you for taking this up. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Robertson. Question. Certainly, constituent services, Linda Carter, if you could just capture this moment as another Douglas Delivers, and get with Ron Roberts and also Dr. Gilchrist to see what we can do. Maybe create a video clip on this to showcase our seniors, to let them know that we have their best interest at hand. Certainly, it's an honor for me to serve on the Senior and Aging Board at the Atlanta Regional Commission as the chairman of that board. So I'm just excited, and we are doing great things for our seniors. So if you could capture that, Wendy, that would be great in your next video. All right, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to tab number, we've already covered 10 and 11, so we'll move to tab number 12, which is authorize the chairman to execute a part-time employee agreement with Essence Nelson as the legal assistance in the traffic unit division of the solicitor's office pending final legal review. All right, our Solicitor General, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody.
And congratulations on your election as well.
Thank you. Thank
Your
you.
re-election.
Just would like you all to authorize the part-time employment agreement with Essence Nelson. She's replacing a lady who resigned that position as a legal assistant in the traffic unit.
Any
That's
questions? Okay. Sounds like this is budget neutral. You just a replacement, correct? So
That is correct.
Okay. Board, if there are no questions, we're going to move on. Have a great day, Solicitor.
All right, you too.
And again, congratulations on your big win.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on, Board of Commissioners, to tab number 13. Authorize the chairman to execute a full-time employment agreement with Alexandria White as a legal staff assistant in the Public Defender's Office with no impact to the budget being funded by ARPA, pending final legal review. Chief Public Defendant, Monica Miles, you have the floor. And good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Yes.
Good morning to everyone. Hope you're having a great day. This is a request. This is an ARPA funded position. We had hired an individual and she worked for a couple months in this position and then she resigned. So we've now are asking that a contract be approved for Alexandria White. It is budget neutral. We have been receiving reimbursement from the state for when Ms. Watkins was working for us. So we would ask that this contract be approved for the legal staff assistant position.
Any questions, Board?
Yes,
Chief
ma'am.
Public Defendant, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chief Public, you doing all right today?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm coming along. I'm gonna make it. I'll be quick. All right. So this is ARPA funded, and again, the board put this in place. So you bring this back around. No problem. And this is more rhetorical broadly to our board. We had conversations during the constitutional and state and elected official retreat about your area and the need for funding. And so I guess Deputy County Administrator or Madam ACA, give me some cover here because again, this ARPA will roll off at some point, or it becomes we got to convert it to full time at some point 2 years from now. But no problem. She has a legal assistant. She has need. We know the volume. We had this conversation. Is this separate from her budget request that we know you guys are working on and you know our position, or is this part of? Somebody give me some. Go ahead.
And Vice Chair, this is Deputy County Administrator. Yep. To my knowledge, this is separate from her budget request.
Okay.
And this would fall under, as she mentioned, the ARPA funds that have been allotted. So this is separate from the budget request that we recently reviewed.
I got it. It's the size supplemental funding from ARPA. You know, every 100 years somebody gets this. Okay, got it. We took care of that need that was already there.
Correct.
One time. So, but we have her normal operating annual budget, and we had this conversation. So you're telling me, you can answer my question. This is not part of that. This is something that, you know, again, we're making a decision now. That was already in play with ARPA. It's a one-off. But I want to make sure that this isn't veiled as, okay, this is how I'm going to convert this later into a full-time. Like, let's make sure her needs are met and that y'all are anticipating this. So how long is this funded for through the life of ARPA or just this annual year? How does that work? If I know, is this for 1 year or is it through the life of the ARPA for 2 more years or 3 years? And I'm okay either way. I'm just trying to line it up.
Commissioner Robinson, I can answer that question.
Yes, thank you.
The state, for the public defenders, our office, any public defender's office, we were not part of the judicial ARPA funding. We were included in the request. Everybody was granted their request except for our office because we have to go through the Georgia Public Defender Standards Council, and they allocated everybody equally the same amount. The public defender's office got $83,000 and $333. So basically $83,333. And that was to last for 3 years, which is why I couldn't even hire an attorney. I couldn't even get an attorney for 1 year for that, including benefits and everything else. So we chose to get a legal staff assistant. And as you know, it's hard to find individuals who want to come up here and work. And so we're doing the best we can. But this money is probably going to last us definitely through next year. and maybe a month or two into 2024, maybe a little bit longer. So, but yeah, it's $83,000 for over a 3-year period. That's all we got.
Right. So thank you. I got this from here. So flip to the public, and they don't get in all of our meetings. They probably can sit down and look at our 9-hour constitutional and elected official retreat. And your office, by right, people have a right to be defended if they can't afford it themselves. And you've got several courts, 6 courts you have to deal with, notwithstanding accountability. And you have to take $8,000. That's all they give you, public defenders. But we got $8,000 over 3 years. And I've watched grants come down for the other side, for the judgeship side. They just rain down. They got their own ARPA money. And it's like, look at the disparity here. Like, ooh, look at that iniquity. It's like, okay, in other words, you're limiting the defense by not funding it. You're limiting the defense. Like, she's got to spread this thing over 3 years. I'm like, wow. That's had to bring this up. I got this public defender. No, guys, we got to do right by this. I mean, she's done a yeoman job with it. It's got to get funded. The disparity, it's an order of magnitude. It ain't even a percentage. So the judges get all that money for caseload and move the cases. Well, who going to defend? She's got to put up people. She's trying to spread take you $85,000 for a good attorney. She's trying to spread a legal system. Oh, like, look at this. I just had to make my point. The board will get into our next 2 meetings. We will settle the budget. Madam CFO, make sure that is on my tab. I'm dead serious about this. This inequity is like she's doing it gracefully. She's to the public. She's being gracious. You know the volume work she has to do and contend with. And while I know these things, well, they commit a crime, like, yeah, but they get a defense, a right for defense that needs to be adequate. And she also needs to make sure she has obviously people in there that are willing to do it and not be burdened, just trying to push through like heavy milk. We can do better than this. All right, Madam Chair, thank you, Chief Public Defender. I got this. I'm good on that. Madam Chair, I made my comment. I yield.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, board? All right, thank you so much, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Public Defender, you're welcome. We're going to move on to tab number 14, authorization to accept funds from the State Court Technology Fund in the amount of $830.24 for 2 printers for the clerks in the state court courtrooms. Director Rosalind Miller.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you may know, Douglas County has a state court technology fund that Judge Barker oversees. We identify this as a special revenue fund, which legally is restricted for expenditures for that purpose. There's a little over 50,000 in this fund. The clerk of state court has requested for 2 HP LaserJet printers to be funded out of this fund. Judge Barker has approved this expenditure, so we're just requesting to amend the clerk of state court's budget by $830.24. So authorizing to accept the funds from the state court technology fund for 2 HP LaserJet printers for state court courtrooms.
Thank you so much, Director. Any questions, board? Okay. Thank you, Director Miller. We're going to move on to tab number 15, which is authorization to approve the Daily Bread Ministry's use of county property to relocate homeless camp from the currently approved location onto adjacent county property due to future coroner's office construction. Managing Director James Worthington, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. I'm going to share my screen so I can do a little presentation here. You guys see that?
No. Now we do. Yes, absolutely. Okay.
All right. Good morning again. As you may recall, I previously brought the coroner's facility to the Board of Commissioners to approve initial planning, and we briefly touched on the location Today, I'll be offering a few options for the location and seeking formal board approval of said location. So, all right, do you see the map with a big red dot and green dot on it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so this area here is the courthouse, and then over to the right side of it is the transportation center. Where the green dot is on this map is the area depicted by the green dot is currently utilized by a homeless camp. The camp is graciously managed and funded by Miss Leela Myers of the Daily Bread Ministries in connection with the Lutheran Church of the Good Shepherd. It's currently home to approximately 25 men and is intended as a stepping stone and not a permanent home solution. The residents are offered paths forward, food, tent, restrooms, trash service, etc., but being held to standards, including drug and alcohol testing and maintaining clean campsites and seeking permanent housing. So as we go through this, I'll be discussing kind of the green dot area as where the homeless camp is currently and the red dot area as a possible alternative. So option A, locate the new coroner's facility on the parcel that is currently utilized by the homeless camp as indicated by the green dot. Allow the homeless camp to relocate across the street onto Moore County property indicated by the red dot. Douglas County could allow the use of the land and offer no assistance in the actual relocation. I have discussed this with our legal staff, and the use of the land is considered legal, so that's not really an issue with it. To option B, which is basically utilize the same location as I just mentioned, locate the new facility on the parcel that is currently utilized by the homeless camp, and then allow the homeless to relocate across the street. But the difference in this one is Douglas County could allow the free use of the land and offer assistance in the actual relocation. ARPA funds can be utilized to cover the cost of some of the necessary improvements, including a water tap or spigot, curb cut for the driveway, tree clearing and minimal grading to allow a gravel drive into the site where the camp itself could be located at least 100 feet away from any property line, which would allow the camp residents to maintain some privacy, and possibly a pedestal power pole for charging cellular devices and warming food. Costs not to exceed $35,000. I've been in discussions with Madam ACA, and she informed me that there are some ARPA funds available and that this type of use is acceptable or potentially preferred as a community outreach program. Athens Clark County just built a similar camp using ARPA funds. They completely funded it. They didn't have a nonprofit assistance. And they actually had visited this camp looking for an example of ways to go and things to do. So option C would be to allow the homeless camp to remain in its current location, but locate the new coroner's facility on the vacant property across from the homeless camp. So the coroner's facility in this option would go to where the red dot is. This option would necessitate significant grading to accommodate a building pad on the sloped parcel. The grading could potentially add $100,000 or more to the cost of construction and will also increase the construction time due to the workload. So this option, while it will allow the existing homeless camp to remain in place, intact, and uninterrupted. However, the area indicated by the red dot has sloping topography. And this sloping land works fine for the homeless camp, but it will require significantly more grading than the other parcel in order to achieve a level building pad for the coroner's facility. This grading has the potential to add $100,000 or more to the cost of the project, as well as extending the construction schedule by a few months. The exact cost of the grading can't be determined at this time because we don't have the actual plans yet, because we need to know where it's going first. So, option D would be any other option that the Board of Commissioners recommends. And then how much will each option cost? So option A, which is just allowing the camp to move, is no cost to the county, but there will be significant additional costs that will be burdened by the Daily Bread Ministries. Option B would be no cost to the Douglas County General Fund, but we could use the ARPA funds up to $35,000 to cover all of the improvements as needed. And then option C, moving the coroner's facility, this one could impact the budget by at least $100,000 to the general fund for the covering the cost of grading. And then if there is an option D, I don't know the cost of it just yet. So if possible, what we're needing to do is officially approve an option so that we can keep the project on time. As you recall, we've got a 24-month window. Just started a couple weeks ago that we have to have the coroner out. So we pretty much have to get the site determined and pick a direction. If in particular we're moving any of the, are going to have the homeless camp move, that'll take a little time as well. So I have been in touch with Miss Leila Myers. She's been wonderful to work with. And, you know, we're trying to work on something that would kind of suit everyone's needs. So I am available for questions on this, and I'll be happy to try to discuss or answer anything. And also have, I believe Leila Myers is on the line. She was earlier. I'm not 100% sure if she's still on, but I think she's on as well if you have questions about her operations or anything else that may apply to her. Back to you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Managing Director. Certainly you're an engineer, so can you provide a recommendation to this board? What your thoughts are, the best pathway, and then allow us to go forward from that rather than us having a voting session here.
Certainly. So my recommendation would be to go with option B, utilizing the ARPA funds. This would make the most suitable property would be used for the coroner's facility. It's already graded. It was graded when the transportation site was done. So it was actually graded, cleared, everything, and all of the pines that are there, the pine trees that are there now are probably 15-year-old, but once we remove the trees, it's pretty much at grade. There's already water, sewer, fiber, everything there. Good, easy access for vehicular traffic. And then if we were to relocate the homeless down into the area across from that, which is actually on the same parcel as the courthouse, it's about a 25-acre parcel. There's plenty of room to keep them out of the floodplain. The map shows the floodplain on here. I've already discussed that with Ms. Myers. We definitely don't want anybody near the floodplain. We don't want any kind of rescue to be required or anything. So everything would be put outside of that area. We would like to move the camp probably 100 feet or so inside the property lines. There's some pretty good areas. We've been out there and walked the site. We've identified some good, or actually her team had already identified some good campsites and how kind of a general layout. The path in, what we'd be looking for is mainly just like a gravel driveway. And the main purpose for that, they have trash pickup, which obviously keeps the site clean. And then they have a number of portable toilets that get serviced. And the truck that services those only has a 25-foot line. So the truck needs to be able to get nearby. So the options are no driveway and have the toilets right along the side of the road, or if we could put the driveway in, you know, that would get the trash and the toilets and the food and everything, the deliveries could be made right inside to the camp. So that would be the recommendation, would be to go with option B, have the ARPA funds cover the water tap, the driveway, and whatever clearing is associated with the driveway. We're not talking about clearing the whole area, just a spot big enough to drive in, turn around, do deliveries, that kind of stuff. And whatever minimal grading, really just for the driveway is all we're talking about. Driveway and a turnaround area. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you so much, Managing Director.
Sure.
All the commissioners, any remarks or concerns, questions regarding this recommendation? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Commissioner Carthen.
Thank
How are
you.
There you go.
So, Mr. Worthington, thank you, and thank you for getting in touch with Miss Myers. I know she has been a great help, as I knew this was a project that she had worked dearly on for many years, and I had a chance to meet her when I was going and taking food and different things to the individuals. We call them the unsheltered because they have a home. Douglas County is their home, but right now they're just unsheltered. So we want to make sure that we can help them in any way that we can. So have you had a chance to also talk with, I know Judge Bill McLean has, some possible thoughts about this as well. I do like the direction, and if we can use ARPA funds, I would like that direction, to be taken as well. And so have you had a chance to talk to Judge McLean?
I have, and I should have mentioned that earlier. I apologize. But Judge McLean is in a case right now, and he said he could not get on, but he was going to try to. But I've been emailing back and forth, and he's unable to get on. But I have been in discussions with him. He's actually here put me in touch with Miss Myers, and I believe he is in agreement that if we're able to do this and help out with the movement, he would be in favor of it.
Okay.
And obviously, I can't speak with certainty for him, but he has certainly been amenable and, appreciates our cooperation as well.
Okay. And I see Mr. Branson is on. I've had a chance to talk with him through email. And so, Mr. Branson, if you want to unmute and share anything with this Board of Commissioners, I'll yield my time to you for a moment.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Worthington. No, basically, I think Plan B is viable. I'm concerned about how soon the move will have to be completed, because actually when we put tents on top of pallets, and each tent is on 11 pallets. And so you can imagine we've got 22 sites right now, actually 23. So we've got to in the process of getting over there, move about 253 pallets to do it. So it's a big job, and but I appreciate the support of the board, and that sounds B sounds like a viable alternative to me.
Thank you, Mr. Branson, because we're going to need your assistance if this is what this board so approves. So, all right, thank you so much for that input. I think that's all. As long as we've talked to, all of the key players, which is Ms. Myers, Mr. Branson just weighed in, Judge Bill McLean has had a chance to speak with you. I think we all know my heart in it, just a matter of what the other Board of Commissioners want to do, because we know this is a project that has to get underway. Our coroner's office can't remain where it is. So I think this is a good direction for us to go in. So thank you so much for doing your due diligence, Director Worthington, and with that, Madam Chair, you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carter.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Robinson. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Branson, you still out there?
Yes, sir.
Good to hear your voice. You doing okay with that? Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. When I first came on board back in 2009, the very few first meetings when I got exposed to Mayor at that time, Mickey Thompson, we were at that meeting, and shortly thereafter, Commissioner Mitchell joined, and we had this conversation about commitment to homelessness. United Way. This has been a long time where we're talking about commitments, and I challenge our Board of Commissioners to put up 10,000. And Commissioner Mitchell used his leverage and his leadership to challenge the city to put up as well. And I think you remember that. And that was the beginning of our acknowledging that it was homeless, but it was you that was courses that has been consistent from my experience. I can't speak for anybody else, that you've been bedrocked. Now, it's something that you just said that was the trigger, because again, you got to listen. I'm like, okay, now, you just can't just throw some pallets up over there, guys. You just can't evict them. This thing's got to be a real project. Don't put this on a floodplain. But we sort of up like, are y'all not listening to the logistics of this? My only condition, I'm with it. And I didn't care if it was coming from ARPA or the fund balance. If you're going to move the corner for something that's required statutorily, then obviously they should get the same benefit, right, and treatment. Like, okay, wait a minute, I was cool here, but now y'all going to just, no, y'all got to do this one right. You just can't get up and just throw it over there. You can't do it that way. This has to be a real project, a real, it's about human rights, it's about dignity. is how you treat this project. It can't just we just go move some wood over here and here's your like guys, what are y'all doing? Not that you're there yet. I'm saying don't be there. Assign a project manager, find somebody who's gonna do this. I'm like, have y'all thought through the implementation? Don't put them in that place. Look what you're seizing them. I mean, throwing them out. Y'all go figure it out. I'm not hearing the right words yet. I want to know the same care we're gonna get at corner and building her building. You're gonna take care of these our citizens that are sitting here that's about to get displaced. I'm advocating for you, Mr. Francis, but you're saying it, but I don't know how to say it. You can't say it like this. Guys, we got to do this right. Floodplain, go try to find, listen to the language. Like, okay, guys. Oh, Lord, I hope we don't have a 400-year flood. Oh, Lord, where are they putting this? Oh, Lord, are they going to get this right? Oh, how are they going to do this? Oh, Lord. I said, this is a big project. And I get it. I just don't want to miss it and be like, well, it's okay. And then we cover up like when this fell down and this slid or we didn't know like that. Somebody's got to advocate for those who can't fight. And so I'm talking to staff. All right, now, don't mess this up. I have no problem with it. I'm fine with the options. If we got to move forward, it's about execution. We have these great stories, these great qualitative. But it's about execution, and it's about the impact on them. It ain't impact on my grass, my dirt, my whatever. I got that. That's going to get taken care of by a bonded professional who's going to build that thing well. But are we just going to like move them over? Who's going to actually do the work? Now, I hear the ministry, we can do better. They don't put that burden. I mean, that's, ooh. You're going to drop this on them. They had to move a whole community, a whole tribe. You know, move them like really? Best way you can, nonprofit like that. It took them time to organically get here. It took them time to put the word out there. It took time to do that. And we're just going to move like that? What can be done? Just make sure you got somebody who's going to do it. James, you can't do it. You're going to find somebody now. You got to get, like, I'm going to go back to this project manager. Quit exposing yourself doing it. We just get somebody to come in there and grind the road out. We'll get Heath and them team. We're like, guys, treat this right. The transfer, I mean, this was saying when you're moving in a house, move from one place to another. There's a project associated with moving. It ain't about the construction of the existing one. It's about the movement and how we move those assets and how we re-erect them and put everything in place before you occupy. I have to say this, like, guys, don't blow this now. Don't blow this. All right, I'm sure I've yelled. Spoke my piece. I yield. Thank you, Mr. Francis. We're good.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. And
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Attorney Coleman.
No, I'm sorry. I thought I heard Commissioner Guider. I'll wait after Commissioner Guider.
Okay, I didn't. Commissioner Guider.
I will yield to you temporarily if you've got something to say about what has already been said.
Yes, I was simply going to clarify the position regarding free use of the land in light of the gratuities clause. And what I discussed with Director Worthington in that respect was because the ministry is providing a service to the county, the land could be for purposes of them providing that service, which would take it out of the free component. They're getting it so long as they're providing that service. The service being caring for our homeless. It may be necessary and appropriate to document that at some point, but I wanted to let you know that we did not ignore the gratuities clause, but that was the rationale for which we thought it would probably be acceptable. Thank you, and I apologize, Madam Guider, for.
Oh, that's fine. Yes. Is Charlie still on the line?
Yes, he is. He is.
Okay. Charlie, you've worked with the homeless as long as I've known you, which is way back when we were on the Character Coalition together. And so it's going to be a big job to move this camp, but with a forklift, we can move all those pallets maybe in about 3 trips. So if the county's going to help you, and Ms. Myers walked the land. Charlie, have you walked the land?
Yes, I have, and it's going to be a big job. Leela has already been making plans, and I've been talking to churches and other community groups about maybe giving us a commitment to lend a hand as well. Certainly, certainly all of the homeless individuals will be very much involved in the move and the reset and everything else. But Lita Meyer was looking at trying to start as quickly as possible and do as much work as possible on Saturdays as we go forward. So we've looked at it. By the way, Commissioner Guider, this may be premature, but thank you for your 40 years of service.
Thank you.
Great.
But I enjoyed working with you too back in the day, as well as many other people here in the community that wanted to unite the county, wanted to bring character to the homes and everything. So I appreciate your service. And as I said, you worked with the homeless as long as I've known you. So you've been very dedicated to this, and so I trust your expertise in the field. But I think the Plan B, where the county's going to help facilitate the move and everything, I don't think we're not just going to shove them out of the way. That's a little dramatic, I guess, but the land, y'all understand that the land is more that is going to be vacated by the count is more suitable for a building to be on there. So and it would save a lot of money too. But using the ARPA funds is a great idea. But and I know that James has put a lot of work into this. We've talked several times about it and everything, and he was very concerned and compassionate about what to do. He talked to all the stakeholders in it, and so I feel confident that he will proceed with compassion in the move. And it's putting the coroner's office up there is actually keeping it on the campus of the government here in Douglas County that was planned years ago. That's why so much land was bought, is so that we would have a campus and everybody could kind of be in the same area. So thank you, Charlie, again for your service, and I have no problem with option B and going forward. So thank you. You're back.
Could I?
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned forklift or whatever. Obviously, any help we can get in equipment or possibly even prisoner detail, if somebody could look into those possibilities, it would certainly be helpful.
Yeah. Okay. Well, James can take care of that. I know we've got a forklift somewhere around here. but that would move a lot of pallets. That's what a forklift does, is move pallets. So you won't have to do them manually, is what I'm saying. So James, thank you for all of the research that you have put in this and the thought and the compassion that you used as you did it and move forward. Thank you, Madam. I'll yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Rogers. Thank you so much, Managing Director, and Mr. Branson for coming today as well.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Myers for what she's done, and Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
Yeah, just a comment. So James, this is more for James. First of all, thank you again, James, for understanding the sensitivity of all of this. I know we had a long conversation about how we were able to pull this off, and can you just walk through kind of, I know it looks like we might have the funding. It looks like this board is committed to at least the funding source, which is ARPA. I'm not totally committing us, but at least I think it sounds, just listening to the temperature in the room, like that's the way to go. But with that, it's not just a forklift and move them over and drop them off and leave. I think it's a little bit more than just that, though, right, James?
Right. So step one obviously would be approval potentially this option or whichever. But once it's approved, hopefully tomorrow, and we'll have some direction, we can start. The main thing we're going to have to start with is the driveway. Assuming this option is chosen, we'll have to start with the driveway back into the camp area, the proposed camp area, because kind of part of the main thing is we're going to have to relocate one of the restroom facilities down to that area to kind of start the move process. So we'll have to start with the driveway, clearing out the area where we can have a turnaround for the restrooms to be cleaned and maintained. Then after that driveway's in, we'll have one of the facilities moved down there, and then we can start moving camps. I have been talking with Ms. Leland Myers, obviously, and I'm certainly not opposed to having any assistance from the county side. Obviously, the board will have to approve that, but if approved, so we do have a couple of forklift options. What comes to mind would be with property managements, and it's going to be forks on, they've got very small tractors. So your typical forklift is for very smooth paved asphalt or concrete. We've got a little small tractor with some forks on it. We could go off-road kind of to whatever campsite and set the pallets like location by location as needed. So that seems like that would probably be the best option. Certainly not opposed to helping. Their property management team is a very helpful group. I'm sure they would not be opposed either, but again, we'll need approval from the board that yes, we're on board with helping this out and doing this, and then we'll take it from there.
Got it. And how far off? Because I keep hearing we're putting them on a floodplain and they're going to get flooded out. I mean, but from my understanding, that the land what we're talking about using is part of a floodplain, but it's not. These guys are not going to be not on the floodplain. I guess I'm trying to get
correct. So they will definitely not be on the floodplain. So this map that I'm sharing now depicts the floodplain in blue. So this area up here is outside the floodplain. There's 5 or 6 acres up here of land. What they're on now is about a 2-acre parcel. So there's actually more land over here. We do not want anybody in the floodplain. We do not want you near the floodplain because we don't want to have any issues with that. So current county regulations would be you'd have to be at least 3 feet above the floodplain to cover for some of those extra floods that are more than what's on the book.
50 or 100-year flood you're thinking of. Yeah.
But this slopes pretty significantly. So where this red dot is maybe 20 or 30 feet above the floodplain. And then as you move further up, it goes up to maybe 50 feet above the floodplain. So it's significant slope. Again, it's not a problem with tents setting up, but when you're trying to pad off of a level building pad large enough for an actual facility and parking and all, it's a significant amount of grading. So we would definitely hold them out of the floodplain, and just kind of in this area here where they've got their own privacy, and then one of the main things after the driveway would be the water. Right now they have water access off of a spigot here. We would need to do a water tap. I've already talked to WSA, kind of got it in works if this gets approved, but they'll do the actual tap and installation of the tap, and then we'll have to have somebody come in and install a water line from the tap location into wherever at the camp they would like it.
Right. And I know Madam Chair is going to talk to Gail and those guys, and with her pull, she'll pull off, getting that tap.
Yeah, so that's going to happen. And as far as time goes on this, this will be a big project moving the camp, but we're just starting the planning process of the building. So I'm trying to get all this going early so we have some time. I would say, we're starting now. It will probably be 6 months before we have approved plans and ready to break ground on the actual coroner's facility. And so, we'll have some time. Ms. Myers' main concern was we didn't have to do this right in the heart of winter. So like December and January would be kind of the worst. So what I'm foreseeing is in that time, we get the driveway cut in, we get the water put in, because we can have contractors doing those things. And then, you know, everything's set up and ready. So as soon as end of winter, early spring, we can get everybody moved over and then be ready to start the coroner's facility. The coroner's facility construction will probably take a year or less. I would say probably 9 months to a year. So that would still leave us a little bit of leeway, you know, for some problems and to still not have an issue with the timeline.
And I think we'll meet our timeline too with what we're trying to do with on the city as well. And the other thing, power. We talked about power during our conversation. Are we still connecting that as part of this whole process?
So what I'm proposing is a pedestal pole, which is kind of what you would have in like an RV park or a mobile home community or something, where it's a pole that's permanent, that has a meter and everything on it. We could pay out of those ARPA funds to have that pole installed kind of in the middle of the camp. Right now they have a solar panel array, but it's in the cul-de-sac down here, right along the edge of the cul-de-sac. And the way the wood line is and everything here, I don't see that we're going to have any success with solar out here unless we do a large clearing out in the middle. So this would kind of take the place of that. It would cover cell phone charging. I think they have a microwave put into it now where they can do some food warming, but that's essentially what it would be for.
Okay, and the reason I wanted to say that, James, because I want my colleagues to kind of hear truly that we're very sensitive and we're really trying to make sure that we're just not moving them over there.
Sure.
It's more than just moving them over there.
Thank you.
Because I know Commissioner Carthen and I, every Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I know I have her team up with me and I put her in the headlock and hang on. But we go out and we take food and we maneuver these items to help these individuals. So last but not least, okay, so it sounds like we've got a great plan, a great option to kind of do. I'm just hoping that we as a board kind of take that option of taking the ARPA funds and taking those. Roughly, what number did we come up with, though, James, as to what we might end up in dollars and cents in expensing all of this?
I had 35,000 in there as a limit.
That was on the low end. That was let's realistically we talked about a little bit more than that though. But I don't want to. I want to over deliver the none. So you guys.
Sure.
So, okay.
Obviously, if the board's able and willing, I'd be happy to have that limit up to maybe 50,000 just to cover just in case. And then if it doesn't take that, we could return it. But I would certainly like to be able to assist in any way we can. And then obviously any county manpower or actions that anyone can do, if it's, something with doing some of the like that.
You'll have the community get along, the sheriff and others trying to partake in all of this. And I know Judge Bo McLean and others will definitely be wanting, partake in this to offset some of this cost.
Right.
So, but I just don't want to, say a low number and then we come back because nobody decided to try to be a part of the help in doing this. But I can count on a few community folks that'll come out and volunteer their time and service to help with pulling this off. But okay, James, thank you again. I think you answered all my questions, and to Mr. Bryson and Miss Leela, I thank you guys for just kind of understanding, because she's emailed me on a couple of occasions, and we've had those kind of conversations. But from my understanding, the last email I think I received, and Sherelle could probably attest to this. I think she's okay with the move. She thinks it'll be great to put us, to move everybody there, and I think they can help in the process of all of this. And hopefully with their 501c3 side of things can help even offset some of the cost of power and other things, from my understanding. So, but I don't know if you had those conversations yet, James, with these guys or not.
So I have talked with several different departments, and I've got some that agree to help and do whatever we can. And I've talked with several different external groups to try to get some things. But until we have an option set, it's kind of hard to get full commitment or know exactly what we're doing. So once it's approved, I think the dominoes will fall right in place, so I think it'll be okay.
Yes, and again, thank you for just being very sensitive.
Sure.
This is I think all of my colleagues understand that this is just not a move. This is, we want to do right by the community and making this move. So thank you again.
Sure.
I yield back, Madam Chair. And I know, Madam Chair, you got this, right? You got the water and sewer piece, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you again.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Thank you so much, Managing Director and Mr. Branson. I would like to personally thank this Board of Commissioners for making a commitment 6 years ago when I came in office for Shana Park to come to fruition as we approved Judge McLean's request. This is the first time that we've had 25 residents that we know that are just, as Commissioner Carpenter said earlier, we call them our unsheltered residents. But we know that they are transitioning. This is a transitional plan. It gives them temporary housing until they get on their feet. And this is a very worthwhile effort here in Douglas County. So I thank y'all. Thank you, Ms. Layla and Mr. Charlie Branson, for going above and beyond what you do. And Shana Park has made it across the state of Georgia in terms of being a premier site for the citizens of Douglas County, not only the citizens of Douglas County, but of Georgia, to see what it means to take care of your own. So I appreciate what y'all do. And we look forward to making sure that this move is very smooth and seamless for our 25 citizens here in Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you.
If so, you're welcome. We're going to move on to our next item, Board of Commissioners. Time, I didn't realize time is getting away from us today. Tab number 16, which is approval of the resurfacing list of roads for submittal of GDOT for the FY 2023 LMEG grant program, which is allocating $500,000 for the project from the general fund or reimbursable through a future SPLOS, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Valentine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular, just to give you a little background, this particular list is limited to the LMIG program. Last year, as you might recall, and on prior years, we had a combined SPLOS and LMIG resurfacing list, which was much more robust. The funding availability is much more limited this time around, at least at this juncture. And so the list that you're going to be presented with is going to be strictly for the LMIG program. There's obviously opportunity to augment at a future date with additional resurfacing if that be the will of the board. But I'd like to also enlist the assistance of Deputy Rana to run us through that, and then we'll stand by for be available for any questions. So,
right. Yes, sir. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Please stand by. All right. So as Director Wellington mentioned, LMIG is the Local Maintenance and Improvement Grant annually awarded by GDOT for roadway improvements. This includes milling, overlay, patching, and striping of roadways as needed. For fiscal year of 2023, the finalized list is now displayed on the screens. I'll go ahead and read out the segments for the record. So the first one is Kingswood Court from Winchester Drive from Duchess Road, from Winchester Drive to Duchess Road, Winchester Drive from Heather Drive to the dead end, Kingsborough Drive from Winchester Drive to cul-de-sac, Hasty Drive from Winchester Drive to dead end, Duchess Road from North Kingsley Drive to dead end, Brandon Way from Brandon Drive to dead end, Richmond Drive from Plantation Drive to Heritage Parkway, Causey Road from State Route 6 to dead end.
So, slow down, Deputy Madam Chair, point of order. Can you distinguish the commission districts as you go through this?
Yes, sir.
Right.
So
can you reset, just say for District 1, because I know when mine kicked in, but for the public's sake, not just for our sake, distinguish District 1 when you're in that district, in District 2, District 3. Please, thank you.
Yes, sure. So I'll reverse back. Up until Causey Road, everything was under District 1. And now starting with District 2, it will be Causey Drive, Causey Road from Straight Route 6 to Dead End. Smith Hill Road from Causey Road to Cul-de-sac. Carson Lane from Silver Moon Trail to Cul-de-sac. Sloping Treeway from Silver Moon Trail to Cul-de-sac. And Bozeman Drive from Silver Creek Drive to Cul-de-sac. And that's within, this is the last one within District 2. Now starting in District 3, it will be Wedgefield Court from Harvest Ridge Drive to Cul-de-sac. Robindale Drive from Coral Bell Court to Woodlands Parkway. Valley Woods Court from Woodlands Parkway to Cul-de-sac. Green Tree Court from Woodlands Parkway to Cul-de-sac. Harvest Ridge Drive from Dead End to Cul-de-sac. And the last one in District 3 is Coral Bell Court from cul-de-sac to cul-de-sac. Starting District 4, the first one is Jefferson Lane from Franklin Drive to Dead End. Independence Drive from Cedar Mound Road to Dead End. Freedom Drive from Independence Drive to Jefferson Lane. And lastly, Franklin Drive from Independence Drive to Jefferson Lane. This year, we have proposed about 6 miles of resurfacing with a total cost of $1.8 million. The LMIG program requires a 30% local match, and therefore we're asking for $500,000 from the general fund. And we request the Board of Commissioners to authorize all related documents. Thank you.
Any questions, Board?
Yes, Madam
Mm-hmm. Vice Chair.
All right. Again, we're at that inflection point. This is something we talked about in our last transportation. So this is coming before you after conversation in committee. That this is obviously before the vote. We already borrowed from the future to pay for current year resurfacing. There's nothing else without going into the fund balance. That's point one. So we got to take $500,000 out the general fund, pay for the upcoming year, 6 months. We put a provision in there, if you guys agree, it is in the language, or it can be reimbursed from a future loss if y'all so choose to. There's something about when you float yourselves. Now, let you know what's happening here, so you'll make your own decision. But if the fund balance, and regardless, it's still fund balance. You can't do this without fund balance. There is no other cash source other than the general fund balance, right, for transportation. Now, again, I go back to now, obviously the SPLOST passed resoundingly. I still argue that the T-SPLOST, but okay, I get that. Think about it, it was 10 billion pennies that the citizens gave us over this 5 years. I've done it. 10 billion. Right? That these are important funding mechanisms, but it's expensive. And so here we are right now. And so we can revisit this in the future. That's what I'm saying. We're going to take our time and be thoughtful about, now, how are we going to do this now? This is a good problem to have. This ain't no shotgun. I think through this now. Now, how are we going to do this? Now, again, that Causey Way, all that. Again, my citizens at their Brookmont, now I thank them for their input, which is I committed. I made a commitment that, okay, I'm going to resurface subdivision. That's important. It ain't just about the main arteries. And I got 3 subdivisions, Brookmont, Mount Vernon, and Graythorn. That was key. Don't forget about, like, look, when I pull out my driveway, I appreciate potholes on Main Street, but you own this public right of way too. Right? And so again, one more time, be thoughtful. This is one of those where, again, I do argue, and I do the argument that option 4 commission districts, it's important that I put it out there, like, because we ain't doing much with this one. This is a short year. It's a short season. There's not much here. Not that we haven't done quite well, but that's we have to start out. And we restart the system again. But just know how this is going to go down. And again, setting expectations of the public, and you guys pretty much are at least aware, if you haven't focused on this, that this is not a lot in comparison to times past. And there's a long list. The citizens do read our list. As as far as road ratings. They're looking for we're next up. How y'all gonna do our roads? So I need us to be thoughtful about this. And so I made with that commentary. Miguel, if we wanted to amend this sometime next year, obviously we've got to go. We don't have the cash yet, so we'd have to go to Wall Street, get a bond, so we have cash up front versus pay as you go. So we bond this, so that's the earliest we can get that cash. It's probably April, May-ish. We've been here before. Is there any way to amend the list? Would you recommend amending the list? You won't be here to say so, so take a position, Miguel. Should we amend the list or have a prepared amendment? What are the opportunities there?
Commissioner, what I would recommend is, for a number of reasons, which I will explain, to move forward with this shorter list, smaller project, and then revisit in the spring next year the potential for doing a second list that would be SPLOST funded. This one, we need to submit the application to GDOT before the SPLOST would kick in. Again, there's a 30% local match. So it's sort of tailored to address the LMIG program, but there's nothing prohibiting us or the county from having additional roads, resurfacing, et cetera, under a future program. We just need to develop a second list, and there are plenty of roads that we have that can go on that list.
Understood. Just want to make the point. Thank you for being very clear about that and being definitive. Nothing else to say. We got to go now. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vice
Yes,
Chairman. Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
Yes, Miguel, the SPLOST for 2000, this year's SPLOST passed. However, for transportation, the amount of the percentage that goes to transportation, I guess, was lowered quite a bit. Is that going to affect, because you have told us that inflation has really affected how many miles? We're down to 1.5 miles for the next year, compared to what, 7 miles last year, and the year before, and the year before. So we've already cut it because I think, didn't we have to use some of next year's to finish this year's projects? Is that
we
not?
have to use all of next year's to cover this year's project.
So this is strictly coming from the LMIG and nothing, no SPLOST paving be done, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Although the SPLOST is good through what, April of next year? And then we pick up with the new one, but the new percentage for transportation drops quite a bit.
Correct.
In the time of inflation, and I hate to see that because that means the amount of roads that we pave every year is going to go down. We're not going to see 7 miles, and people already still complain about our roads. Together with inflation and the reduced amount going toward transportation, what are we looking at for subsequent years? I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, Commissioner, the funding was allocated to transportation. There were different categories. The transportation component's about a little less than 28%, 27 point something percent.
But it was 51% the last in the last go round, I think.
That is correct. But the board will have to make a determination as to what of that amount that's available is dedicated for resurfacing. So it's a matter of prioritizing what's going to be done with those funds. The allocation for resurfacing hasn't been made. That's a board action. There are projects that you would want to do for, certainly. Projects that we didn't get to as part of the last SPLOST, or might be able to get some design done, but then we'll be ready to move them into construction that you would need the funding for. So to your point, certainly having less funding available makes for more difficult choices. As a bit of background, when we did the assessment, the pavement analysis, we went through the discussion at that time that that essentially the county is on a 40-year resurfacing cycle for a road. And the recommendation that the life expectancy of a road when you first build it is 20 years. So essentially,
doesn't that depend on the road, whether it's in a subdivision or whether it's a thoroughfare?
It does, but generally as a benchmark, once you lay down a pavement, the expectation is that regardless of where it is, you're going to have to do something before 20 years are out. 15 to 20 years is a good target. So during the last BOC, the allocation was about $3 million per year, 18 million total over 6 years to resurfacing. That amount actually kept us essentially within a 40-year turnaround cycle for resurfacing. The recommendation is to double the amount to cut it down so that a road would be addressed every 20 years. So there is quite a bit of disparity there, but those are decisions yet to be made by the board. I'm sure you're going to be having discussions moving forward as to what the allocation would be for research.
Well, I just know that less money is going to be coming in starting in April that will be allocated to transportation. So, and together with the inflation, it's going to hit us hard. It's going to hit us real hard. I wish, well, anyway, during the year, I have sent you requests for you to put on the next year's list for District 4, and none of them are on my list. Is it a waste of time for us to recommend?
Well, certainly for the next project, this is a much smaller project. It's very difficult to fit a lot of the roads. In fact, there were many roads, not just in your district, but other districts where we were looking at different roads that both of them were equally in need of repairs and maintenance, and we just couldn't fit them both. But to your point, some of the roads, we did look at some of the roads that you asked us to look at, and because of the length of the road and the width, et cetera, they're costly. So sometimes you could potentially have one road addressed, whereas you could do 3 or 4 shorter roads. And so it was a balancing act with this particular contract, but not to say
include us in the conversation is what I'm saying. The subdivision that you picked for District 4, and I know it's hard because there's a need everywhere, and but it's not as old as the one that I had put on the list. And so I just wish that, there'd be better communication, that you talk with each commissioner about their district, because we're thinking one thing and then something else is done, and then we're caught in the middle between the citizens and the county. So is it too late for me and you to sit down and talk about the subdivision that you placed on my list?
For this contract, it's getting kind of late, but certainly
I'm available this afternoon.
Well, what I mean is yeah, we can amend. We can certainly still amend the list. That was sort of the purpose for me sending it out to everybody, so we could have a discussion about what can fit and what can't. And so again, we're limited with an allocation of about 1.5, a little less than 1.5 miles per district. And so essentially, if there's other roads that would be preferable to have on the list, then some of the roads that are on the list would need to come off.
I'd like to see the grade, you know, y'all grade each road. I guess you're still doing that you go out and you grade each road. I think it's driven by the complaints from the citizens, is it not? Or
well, that is part of it, but Commissioner, one of the reasons why the exercise of sort of analyzing all of the roads throughout the county to determine their condition that was done in 2019 was to essentially remove some of the subjectivity from making a list for a project. Essentially, it was what is the condition of the roads throughout the county, and from that list, build a project depending on the funding that's available. So we receive constantly requests from citizens and sometimes HOAs for their roads to be added. Unfortunately, we cannot respond to specific requests like that because some of the roads that they ask to be added to the list are not in as bad a need for resurfacing than others. And so we have to kind of be balanced in our approach. And so we have the budget to contend with. We have to eliminate as much subjectivity from the selection process. Well,
it just, to me, if a commissioner requests that you would look at it, and if you deviate from that, you would get back with them and say, what do you think about doing this one rather than that one? It's just, you know, we're on the line. We're facing the citizens, and we've talked with them and everything. And so when we recommend one, it just seems like you would communicate better. I'm not saying you particular, but maybe the department needs to communicate back with the commissioner when you deviate from the request of that commissioner. But anyway, I'm not fussing. I'm just saying, y'all don't realize we have to talk with those citizens, and sometimes we pretty well said, "I agree with you," you know, and then all of a sudden, what we told them looks like we just brushed them off. You understand what I'm saying? That we were just pacifying them at the time. So if you've got time this afternoon, I'd like to sit down real quickly and just go over that subdivision and the subdivision you put in place of the one I recommended. Okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you. You know, it's a good place. It's a good problem where we are. Thank you again, citizens, for recognizing the need. We have been consistent in educating you, giving you data, giving you transparency on everything we've done. We've done the studies. We get it. The board made a decision. You can't put transportation ahead of public safety. Because that's what the citizens said. Period. Public safety is first, then transportation. And they both are healthy. And they both are expensive. We're talking about just straight capital, put salaries to the side first. So we have two options on the table. One was the reckless possible. You got to put everything in that. And one is totally dedicated. A totally dedicated penny, $10 billion, that could have went to what you could have doubled the 51% that you had. Totally dedicated, got really on track, got down from 40 years to 30 years. But again, it's called the will of the board. The board didn't want to put two things at the same time because they were concerned about SPLOST, there's political reasons, there's all types of, who knows, doesn't matter. It's the board's position. Now, we're all smart enough. Either we care, we didn't care, or we didn't get it. I think that's the ballpark. The board didn't want to grow that fast. There was no will to consider a different funding option. Therefore, but we're going to stick to the strategic plan that we're saying to all citizens, everybody from Ms. Cottle, everybody else should adhere to the strategic plan that Lionheart wrote us in public safety the money. Now, transportation didn't have to shrink. Everybody could put 50% in public safety and 50% in transportation, then you got your 50%. That means the quality of life would have got compromised. It's math. I was looking at it, I read my peers like, oh, this ain't, they ain't even want to talk about this. Oh, shoot. But for transportation's sake, no, don't get it twisted. It ain't ahead of public safety. Safety is first. Great to have great roads, but if you ain't got no protection, whatever, people roll in here. So one more time, I knew what I was doing. It's like, all right, since y'all don't want to, okay, fine. Let me cover y'all since y'all got money spread over in these other areas. We got to take care of it. Now you got the fire and the sheriff in the same way. Woo. They're expensive. It's called, as Miguel said, priorities. How you going to do this? How you going to really do it and be honest about it? Okay. Like, we got to put some money into that thing. Both of them. Right? So that means that something has to shrink. So I think it did well, but now we've got some relief in the new spot. We'll be thoughtful. But public safety is number one, and you got a good run. Again, we don't have to make up, Madam Chair, for 20, 30 years it's been neglected. Just spread it out. Like I said, it's 40 years. Miguel already told you, you're 40 years behind. I can't make it up in 4 years. He just told you, it's 40 years behind in maintenance. 40-year cycle. Exactly. We can't make it up, but we still got our priorities. And we're not bound by the past decisions. Like, I don't know about those guys. But I agree with the board. I respected the board. It's just, that's too much. I don't know. And your comfort, your discomfort of not, that's a message. It's okay. So we got to slow it down, smooth it out, and be definitive. Stand by your decision that this is what we did, and we'll make the best of it and keep moving. You always got another option in 2 years. I don't want to get into that. Stay where we're at. And I think we'll be fine, Madam Chair. I just want to, again, clarify that, no, we're fine. We'll get to it. We're going to be thoughtful about this list. I'm sure everybody will take their position as the chairs of those various categories. And you guys are going to do what you do. That I do trust. Madam Chair, I yield for it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner got it, and then after that, we're going to go on.
Just one rebuttal.
You do. You have the floor.
Just want to remind Commissioner Kelly Robinson, he put $0 in transportation. I was not upset about public safety. I was the raise of parks and revenue, parks and culture, which was libraries, over putting more money into transportation, but he put zero amount because he wants to pass a T-splosh in another year, which is another 1 cent. So it was not transparent. It was not transparent. You never explain why you put $0 for transportation. With that, I yield back.
Madam Chair, we can't let it go like that. Let me report. This is the direct. I wasn't talking about her. Madam Chair, may I?
Commissioner, yes. Just
all right.
Move on.
All right, we got to move on, but don't do that. Quit worrying about what Kelly Robinson is doing. Stay focused on your district. I knew what I was doing. You guys all can count and you can see. Take your position on what your categories were. My commitment was public safety was my priority, and I had to spread over everything. It ain't what I want to do. I won't be here in 2 years. What is wrong with you? Leave me alone. You got your district. Take your position for the next 2 meetings. I can spread out however I want to. I knew what I was doing. Like, okay, now how they gonna do this? They can't get here from that. They're gonna compromise their number one position. They're about to put that 50% there. Like, okay, well, let this go. My point is I'm reading my peers, and I weigh in like I weigh in. It has nothing to do with anybody else. I look at what they got to do. Let me spread this thing. Wait, Kelly Robinson. Man, you do it. You could have put 100% in transportation. You could have put 100%. Why didn't you take that position? Why are you so worried about what I'm doing as if I'm just one vote? Move on. I was very clear when I did it. I don't have to defend. I am not a judge. I do not have to write a legal opinion on my take a position and move on. The board knew what it was doing. It was just whatever their collective will was. I respect whatever position they took. Y'all all weighed in equally. We were all equal. 20% of the vote. Period. No override. Nobody's greater than anybody else. Period. We were good. The numbers was averaged. It was perfect. We all had equal. It's called equal. Everybody was included. Everybody was equal. Weight high. It was an average weight for the citizens who know how to do statistics. It was average weighting. Anybody could have moved their morals any way they want to. There was no dictate, no nothing. Everybody take a position. We're looking at the same problem. 5 positions. Everybody weigh in. We look up. All right, that's what it is. Sounds good. Keep moving. Record it. Move on. All right. So that's enough now. We do got a long way to go today, and I'll keep it short. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to tab number 17. We're moving right along. Tab number 17 is approval of a 3-year Title VI plan and resolution adopting the plan for submittal to GDOT that is required for the local acceptance program, which is LAP, recertification for the county to continue to be eligible to administer transportation projects with federal funds, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Valentine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to turn this over to another member of my staff to give us a briefing on the Title VI program. Ms. Mitchie Samuels, our transportation analyst, is going to run us through a brief presentation to give us a background on Title VI. Mitchie?
Okay, thank you.
Good day, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, and everyone else. Today, I will be presenting on Title VI.
Mm-hmm.
Let me share my screen. Okay. Give me 1 second, please. What is Title VI? No person in the United States should, on the basis of race, color, or national origin, be excluded for the participation in or be denied benefits of or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activities receiving federal financial assistance, and that is Civil Rights Act 1964.
Excuse me, Ms. Samuels. I need everyone to mute their mics, please. Okay, you have the floor again. I heard some background noise.
Thank you. What is discrimination? It's an act, action, or inaction, whether intentional or non-intentional, through which a person in the United States solely because of their race, color, national origin, sex, age, disability, etc., is subjected to unequal treatment or impact in any program or activities receiving federal financial assistance from the Federal Highway Administration under Title 23 United States Code. When does Title VI apply? For Title VI to apply, the program or agency must be located in the United States, be providing a service, and be receiving direct or indirect federal funding or assistance. The county must comply with all Title VI on its program. The Title VI plan requirements. The Georgia Department of Transportation has developed a local administered project certification process to ensure the resource capacity and ability of local public agencies to successfully manage, administer, and execute the policies and procedures for the federal and state compliance in order to receive federal funding participation. The following courses are required every 3 years for LAP certification and recertification. Those programs are Project Develop Process Training, Local Administrative Project Training, Right-of-Way Acquisition of Local Public Agency Training, Title VI Training, and Procurement Training. On the expectations for federal aid recipients, is to sign an assurance of compliance with the civil rights requirements and to follow U.S. DOT regulations found in Title 49, Code Federal Regulation Part 21, and Federal Highway Title Regulation found in Title 23, Code Federal Regulation 200. And those are Title 49, Code Federal Regulation Part 21 is a non-discrimination in federally assisted programs of the Department of Transportation. And that is Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination on the basis of color, race, or national origin in programs and activities receiving federal financial assistance. Part 200, the Title VI program and related statutes, implementations, and review procedures is to provide guidelines for implementing the Federal Highway Title VI compliance program under the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and related civil rights law and regulations. In Part B, conducting Title VI program compliance reviews related to the Federal Financial Aid Highway Program. The Title VI Plan. The Title VI Plan is a standard operating procedure for how Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act is implemented and overseen by the Department of Engineering and Transportation. The plan should detail the who, what, how, when, and the why for each of the projects and activities related to Title VI. The Title VI plan is required for the county to be certified to administer federal aid projects. The plan is first presented to the Finance Committee for review, then to the then to the Board of Commissioners for approval, then on to the Georgia Department of Transportation for review and approval. There are 11 essential elements for the Title VI plan. They are the standard U.S. DOT Title VI assurance, organizational and staffing, program area review procedures, sub-recipient procedures, data collection and analysis methods, training procedures, complaint procedures, dissemination of Title VI information, LEP, the review of the the State Transportation Agency, and compliance and enforce procedures. Title VI plan. What is the Title VI plan used for? The Title VI plan is a transparent document that informs internal and external stakeholders of Douglas County regarding the standard processes for reviewing programs, projects, and activities to ensure the compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. The Title VI Yearly Progress Report. By October the 1st of each year, the Department of Engineering and Transportation will provide the Georgia Department of Transportation with a report of the Title VI accomplishments for the past year and goals for the next year. The report will include program statuses, trainings, and any complaints that we will receive through the year. The importance of Title VI. There are 4 areas of importance for Title VI. They are equal treatment, equal rights, equal access, and equal opportunity. Non-compliance. Non-compliance is the failure or the refusal to comply with the requirements of Title VI. There are 2 main penalties for non-compliance. First is to withhold federal funds to the recipient or subrecipient until the recipient complies, or cancellation, the termination or suspension of federal funds in whole or in part. Title VI in the Department of Transportation consists of 5 core areas. Those areas are environmental, planning, right-of-way, research, and construction. Just to touch a little bit on what each area does, environmental identify and it meets the needs of the LEP population. planning, public participation, input from minority groups, adequate data collection, right-of-way, diversification in the use of appraisal, negotiation of required property, research, diversification in the selection of consultants and construction, ensure appropriate contract provisions are incorporated in the federal aid contract. And what is the purpose of Title VI? The purpose of implementing the plan is to consistently strive to prevent discriminatory practices in the program, policies, and activities. Proactive measures should be undertaken on a continuum to achieve meaningful public participation and to ensure that treatment, services, contracting opportunities, training opportunities, investigation of complaints, funds, allocations, project prioritized are accorded without regard to race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability. And thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, we have any questions for our transportation analyst, Ms. Sanders? Pretty self-explanatory. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Good presentation. You certainly enlightened me and the board regarding the Title VI plan and resolution for transportation. It's quite thorough. Thank you. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to tab number 18, authorization to execute a professional services agreement with White Whale Talent Solutions to conduct a search to identify a county administrator for Douglas County government for a retainer fee in the amount of $2,500 and 18% of the total base salary, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Carter, you have the floor. There you go.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good afternoon now.
Oh, gracious. Yes, afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I did want to come before you to initiate a contract with Brightwell Talent Solutions. As you all are aware, we have been recruiting for a county administrator for several months now, and we would like to possibly contract with this organization, Brightwell Talent Solutions, to cast a wider net to increase our candidate pool. As of August of 2022, we've only had about 54 candidates, several of them not meeting the minimum qualifications. We have recruited on our website. We have recruited on LinkedIn. We've also connected with communications and communicated on social media to get this ad out, and we have not gotten a significant response. And so this organization will help us to recruit, and then if we select a candidate, they will receive a 18% payment based on the salary, and they also have a guarantee that if we select a candidate and we don't keep the candidate for a certain amount of time, they will help us with a replacement. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Director Carter. Board of Commissioners, we have any questions for Director Carter regarding this recruiting effort?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Gotti, you have the floor.
I just don't see why this is necessary. If we can't hire our own county administrator, we did have ACCG that was, they reached out and they brought us somebody, and she was hired, and then it did not work out. So there was an opportunity there, but it just didn't work out. That's going to be anybody. But to pay, it's going to cost us like $30-something thousand for this company. I looked for this company on the Secretary of State's file and I didn't see them. So evidently they're not incorporated. I'm unfamiliar with them. I know they have a website, but so do I. Anybody can have a website these days. So where did they come from? I think I saw something on their site that they've been there since 2021, but that was just last year. So is this a new company? Is it somebody on the board that knows this company? Have we dealt with them before? But if we can't hire our own county administrator, and we're going to rely on somebody else to do it for $30-something thousand, it's almost as silly as when we had a contractor reach out to contractors to vet our contractors. We contracted with one company to vet contractors. So I just don't see why we have to do this. I've interviewed someone that recently applied. I was kind of impressed with them. I've got an appointment this afternoon to interview another one. I'd like to know what the others, if they've interviewed these two candidates, how they feel about it, and how they felt about the candidates, and why they are not for these candidates. But I assume the majority of the commissioners want to do this. And that's why it's on the agenda. But I don't see the necessity of doing that. We've always hired our own county administrator in the past. We had a good one. But anyway, I don't know what's going to please this board.
Thank you, Commissioner Guider, for your input. I would like to say that going into contract with this organization will not stop our recruitment efforts. If we do find our own candidate, then we will not have to pay them. This will just give us an opportunity to expand our search. The two candidates that you mentioned are still going through the process, but they have not been finalized as of yet. And so that will continue. These two will work simultaneously to try to get us as many candidates as possible so that we won't have to make a hurried decision. As you know, any candidate, any hire is a gamble, but we would like to make sure we have as many applicants to choose from and make an educated decision. I will say that I personally was asked for other options or some alternatives as to how we can expand our search. And so that's how this came up. I have worked with Brightwell Talent Solutions at my previous employer for a couple years now, so I'm not sure where the 2021 came from, but we have actually been able to secure employees at the executive level from this organization. And there are several organizations like this out there, but this was just one that I was familiar with, and they also were providing a discount based on in the past.
Well, the $2,500 wasn't the issue, but the 18% of the base pay could be an issue. It depends on what we have to pay them. But I just think we could have done it in-house. That's my opinion. We've always been able to do it. We had some good ones in the past. And so far, I've only interviewed one of the two. I've been impressed. So that's just my opinion. Thank you. You're back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Any other remarks, board, or questions for our Director of Human Resources? Okay, if not, we're going to move on to the next item. The next item is tab number 20, tab number 19, authorization to execute a professional services agreement with MSI Benefits Group, Inc. to render certain employee benefits insurance brokerage services, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Carter, you have the floor again.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say that we went out for RFP for our broker of record in 2021. And as a result of that RFP process, the benefits committee voted, and the recommendation is to maintain our current broker of record. We have not had an updated contract since 2014. And so I provided you with an updated contract, very similar to the contract we have. What their role is to advocate and go out to make sure and recommend the best benefit offerings for our employees. And so we are asking that you all vote to update their contract. It will be an annual contract that would be up for renewal, but is not guaranteed every year. And so we would be able to look at this again in the future if we would like.
Thank you so much, Director. Any questions, board?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. You have the floor.
All right. Back to simple procurement 101. This firm has been how long? 14 years. And I think somewhere along the line, the board thought that 5 years is a good threshold to put it back out. But I believe I just heard Director Carter say is that they did put it out and they're recommending they come back in. So they did compete. It was fair. They came back in. And so we're going to continue to go with the same provider. So why should I vote them? I hear their recommendation, but I get to make the final decision. This is my vote. So what distinguished them? What distinguished them from everybody else as to why this committee took this position for the MSI? I just want to know, so that when I cast my vote tomorrow, what I believe in. Can you help me out? And if you don't know, Director Carter, because you weren't here, that's okay. You can give me the answer tomorrow before I vote. So do you know the answer?
I was actually here when the committee voted, but people were able to cast their vote on an individual basis based on the criteria that was established. And so if I answer that question, it would be speculation. I'm not sure why one would have voted to maintain who we have.
You have the technical results, or was it just sort of like random in a room, or was there some type of spreadsheet? Again, my opening comment was procurement 101. How do we arrive at this recommendation? I'm just piercing through the process.
Oh, you're asking about the ratings.
Yes.
So the ratings, I was not here when the ratings took place. I believe we had a presentation on the ratings a few weeks ago, but this was not as a result of the ratings. This was as a result of the benefits committee, who then makes the determination of who to recommend.
So the ratings ain't got nothing to do with it. It's just, I need both. I need the meeting minutes, and I need the video that y'all recorded. I need at least the meeting minutes, and I need that technical evaluation by tomorrow. Don't go any further. We're good for right now. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. And I see where
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Geiger.
I can add a little something to it. I heard feedback from some members why they voted the way they did. They're very satisfied with MSI, who is our current broker. So, and sometimes when you change brokers and you have problems, especially if you have a chronic disease like diabetes or something like that, and it causes problems with their medication and doctors or whatever. But anyway, I think basically it came down to most of the members, and it was, I don't know how close the vote was. Fred took it by individual over the internet, right, Fred?
Right.
And he just told me what the end result was. But anyway, I think it was a close vote, but still people were satisfied with the service that they had received from MSI. So, and they were very happy, especially with the pharmaceutical package and everything. Do you want to add anything, Fred?
Yeah, Madam Geiger, thank you for that. Yes, and we went through the normal procurement process of rating all the respondents to the RFP and dwindled it down to, I believe it was 3 finalists, and then we asked for some additional information. One finalist was unable to supply that information, and we narrowed it down to 2. And after the process, there was some time lapse in there. The procurement director left, and there were some other internal things that occurred that prolonged it just slightly. But then it came down to a vote of the the benefits committee, and much to what Madam Guider mentioned, I think the majority of the benefits committee was satisfied with MSI and happy with the services that they've rendered over the years. So that's what it came down to as far as what I saw. Both finalists offered good potential savings for the county. One probably more so than the other, but when it came down to it, a vendor of this sort relies heavily on relationships, and that was one of the things that that took MSI over the top as far as what I saw. So yeah, so that's what I would add, Madam Guider, and I believe we can provide the information that Vice Chair has requested.
Yes, okay, I appreciate you speaking up, because your memory is better than mine.
Just slightly.
All right, but anyway, I just wanted to kind of elaborate on the comment. So, why? And so that was mostly why. So thank you. Thank you, Fred. I yield back.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll just provide the Vice Chair with the requested information tomorrow. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Hartman.
Thank you for the floor. So, Deputy Director, is it safe to say then that from the two finalists, we did not go with the most cost effective? Is that what I hear you saying?
Well, yeah, based on the proposed savings that each one stated that they could save us, one stated they could provide us with a higher level of savings, and you are correct, we did not go with that firm.
Okay, so we went based on relationship as opposed to the cost saving measures, because we had a longer relationship standing with MSI, and most people were comfortable with that particular organization administering the benefits.
Well, I don't want to speculate for all of them, Madam Carthen, but that appears as what it came down to.
What it came down to. Got you. So in the future, Deputy County Administrator, how will we do this? Is this a function of procurement to better, ensure that we have fairness? Because we don't want to always go with, who we're so used to. Otherwise, no one will ever get a chance to provide service for the county. So we want to ensure that we're being fair and equitable across the board. So how can we ensure moving forward that there's equity?
Well, I think it was equitable. I don't think that was the question. I think a lot of it came to deal with our open enrollment period, how close we were to open enrollment, and what the board felt, who could get us through that open enrollment period in a more efficient manner, and that's where a lot of the past relationship of the current vendor that we have on staff came into play. As I mentioned, there was some internal movement that caused this particular RFP to drag out. And under normal circumstances, we wouldn't take this long. We would go through the process, and I think under normal circumstances, possibly it could have been a different outcome. But seeing as though we were getting so late in the year, I believe that, and it's just my personal opinion, that the benefits committee felt a little bit more comfortable with who we had on staff to move us forward, and that's why we came out with the outcome we came out with.
Okay, so is it fair to request that moving forward, this process be handled in a more timely manner?
Well, it was handled in a timely manner. It's just that
if it was handled in a timely manner, from what you just told me, then the majority wouldn't have felt that they had to go with who was already on board. My question really is the procurement process. I just want to make sure it's smooth, all the way across the board. That's for whoever, not just for, our benefits committee, to ensure that we get, the most cost effective and the best quality of service. And I'm not saying that just because the other company was more cost effective that they would have been better. but I just want to ensure that the procurement process is timely so that everybody involved has the opportunity to make a calculated decision based on based on everything, the research, the numbers that Commissioner Robinson is asking for, the cost effectiveness, everything. So I just wanted us to learn from this to ensure that nothing drags us or slows us down moving forward.
Correct. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Commissioner Carthen, and hopefully we won't find ourselves in a position where we're without a procurement director and without sufficient staff to move that process forward. I believe that was the biggest delay in this process, and then the subsequent request for additional information kind of prolonged it a little bit longer. I've been involved in several RFPs and RFQs, and I've not seen it like that before. Not that it was bad; it was just a number of things, like I said, outside of our control that extended this for a while. So I'm hopeful, much like you, that we won't have to deal with that anymore.
Okay, and this is something that I will also take up with our POC director, and we always need to ensure that we do have deputy directors, just like we have you as a deputy director. Some divisions, we have to ensure that there is a second in command in case the first in command has to drop for whatever reason. But thank you for that. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen.
Madam
Any
Chair?
other feedback, Commissioner Robinson?
So, Madam Chair, they're going to give me the data that I asked for. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was. Yes.
No, the reason I asked that, now I'm going to go back to open bid. You had somebody bid on something. You should have stopped it. Should have been stopped. Now, if the objective was the policy, so the second thing I want beyond that bid, I want my policy. I want the policy that's on the books today. And what does my policy say? Does my policy say if it was the lowest bid, then who is supposed to be the oversight for that? Who should adhere to ensuring that policy? Is it the technical reviewer? Is it the committee members? Or is it the board? Or all three? I'm listening and I'm paying very close attention. I'm looking at this is more of an administrative process. I'm listening to y'all process. Like, ugh. And you went through this process. Now, if you stated it was the lowest bid, if it was an RFP and not an RFQ, I got to say it for the record, that's my job as oversight. But what y'all just say? You did what? Because you were familiar, you were calm, and you were comfortable. Like, but the policy says, Friends of Douglas. I get it. But it puts the board exposure to liability on several fronts. Is it clean? Now we're talking now. I just let y'all go because it's out here now. Y'all just talking. Y'all just talking like, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. Like guys, you should have stopped it. Just shut it down. In fact, you didn't have people like, okay, just cancel the RFP. You know what? This whole process, and now you can say, okay, I just didn't. I mean, what was that for? Our incapacity would then shut it down. Versus this Yokio, the slide here. It's about people who want to participate in Douglas. We treat them like that. We just want to go with our own same old. See, that's what I want to break off. Because it's comfortable. Or that I don't have like, okay, well, y'all need to speak up. This is important. This is critical. Advocate that you need resources. I keep telling y'all, but we're the ones to take these hits when y'all won't be strong enough and definitive enough. Like, gosh, this is not good. Don't think it's something I want to accept. I get out here. All I need was ask for a couple pieces of data. I can figure this out that fast. Then after I listen to y'all talk, like, oh no, and y'all on public record. Madam Chair, I'm cool. I want both those pieces of data, and I want the policy, and I want it for the end of the day. I know we got finance and everything else. We'll have to delay that, Director Bivens. We'll get there when we get there. But I need those two pieces of data because, again, I don't have to say yes. I don't care what the recommendation is. That's what y'all need to understand about authority and rules. Like, all right, y'all ain't going to adhere to it. Y'all ain't going to maintain it. Oh, Lord, gotta do that. All right. You see, I have a conversation with my county chair all the time. No, don't tell me how I need to vote. The board is clear on its authority. And I'm looking at this like, dang, guys. Now I don't know enough about it. I ain't involved in any of those things. I'm just coming here, showing up. And I'm like, okay, now what are y'all up to? And it's just like this, like, oh, but y'all are saying this, so now I gotta clean up. I can't be complicit. Like, I can't like I didn't just hear like other people ain't looking at this. All right, now sure I yield. I made my point.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chair. All right, if there are no other comments,
Chair.
Commissioner Snyder.
This board often goes with good service when looking at it. A lot of times things aren't even figured out because they're comfortable with the service. So I mean, just take the county administrator thing, for instance. We've let people go for no reason at all, just because someone didn't like somebody. Even though other people did like them, and they were doing a good service, but they let them go just because they didn't feel comfortable with them. So don't say we don't ever go by service. We go by emotions, we go by service on a lot of things. But if you've got a good rapport with somebody, it's oftentimes people stay with them because they like their service. So don't say we don't do that. We've done it in the past. We do it all the time. And otherwise we'd be changing all the vendors all the time. Maybe there's a lower bidder for an advertising campaign or something like that. But if it's not bid out, nobody knows. So let's don't. The committee voted. I couldn't tell you how anybody voted on that committee, but they voted a lot because of, I just know they did, because of the good service that's been provided. And everything in any kind of proposal is speculation. You can mix numbers up any way you want to make them look good on paper. But just because the math looks one way doesn't mean that they're projecting that they could save, and sometimes. But sometimes the service is more important than the actual savings. So I use my bank because of the good service I have. I could move to another bank. We all do it. So let's don't pretend like we don't. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we're going to move on board. So we're going to move on to tab number 20. Tab number 20 is authorization to amend the Douglas County open pay range and Douglas County pay scale for employees working 56 hours to reflect the minimum pay and amend salaries to address compression, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Carter, you have the floor again.
Yes, ma'am. I am super excited about this presentation. We actually have a consultant here with us, Evergreen Consultant. We have Colin Larson, who will do a presentation. But just to preface his presentation, when I first started, several employees came to speak to me because both the open pay range and the 56-hour pay range did not reflect the $15 minimum, or they were compressed due to the $15 minimum being voted into place. And so I was charged with looking at options and to provide a recommendation to the board to address both of these issues. I will say again that this is for the open plan and the 56-hour plan. And the reason those two plans alone are going to be presented today is because those are the two plans that show under $15 currently. So people did receive an increase, and so they're earning $15 minimum, but our plan does not reflect that. And so Colin will give a brief presentation just to explain exactly how we came up with the recommendations as well as how we plan to address compression. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. We're going to be going over this presentation of results. So let's just get right into it. Let's not waste any time. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay, so what we've gone ahead and done is we've reviewed the process that the county had taken to move employees to the new $15 minimum salary, which did not include a movement of the general pay plan. Pay plan stayed the same, but positions moved grades, and employees were salaries were moved thusly. So we came to the conclusion that a revision of the general pay plan would be the most appropriate to address the unintentional compression of salaries. So what happens when we move employees to new pay grades without considering that internal hierarchy, we're going to have a lot of compression in those areas for positions that had previously been stratified but are no longer stratified, moving from a grade 100 to a 104. Now it looks like the county values me as much as someone who was 4 grades above me prior to that. So we're looking to address that. Additionally, we concluded that no structural change was needed to reduce compression for the fire step plan. Fire step plan was good. We just had to move that minimum to the 15 and then sort of move from there. But actual structurally, the plan should work exactly the same. 5% between grades, 2.5% between steps. In revising the general pay plan, we reduced the grade progression in the earlier grades to allow for further distinction in the ranges. What this really is just saying is that instead of having a flat progression of 5% between every grade 101 to 102, what we do is we reduce it from those beginning grades so we can still have a little bit of stratification, the differentiation between salaries, without going ahead and paying way above market for these classifications. We want to make sure that people and classifications are being compensated fairly and that employees are receiving compensation that is equal to the level of responsibility that they're having. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So we made the appropriate adjustments to some pay grades to fit within the newly developed plan. If we had just gone ahead and moved the entire pay plan and kept the original structure exactly the same, what would have happened was positions would be being compensated way above where the market would recommend them to be. So we've done a little bit of reshifting, but no classification has been recommended for a pay decrease. That wasn't the intention of this study. So when we're talking about adjusting, no one's going to be receiving less than they were before this would be put in place. So we have developed the most appropriate methods of implementing the revised pay plans and pay ranges, and we have an estimated annualized salary cost for the implementing of these proposed plans. Now, this is including, not only are we changing the way that the general pay plan works and the 56-hour pay plan, but we're also recommending a way to, for employees' current salaries who have all been moved to the $15, a way to spread them out based on their time and tenure with Douglas County. What we're thinking is generally compensation follows that line, that the longer you've been there, the more you've been compensated, you would be compensated. For employees who did have that before and no longer do, what we do is we try and get them a little bit closer to the midpoint of the pay plan, and then that way it'll show a little bit more of that giving credence to that work that's been rendered to the county, and also making sure that we're getting those ranges spread out so that there's no longer the compression at that lower end. Can we move to the next slide? So this is what the new general pay plan would look like. This is the first half. You can see we've maintained the structure of the range spreads at 100%, but now instead of having the 40-11 grade start at, I believe it was $11, now that 31.2 figure is $15 an hour at a 2080 pace for work. Next slide, please. this is the other part. You can see in that grade progression slot, we went from 2% to 4% to 5%, moving up to the more executive pay grades. All right, next slide, please. So this is the proposed fire step plan. This is being shown without the 2.5% step progression, but you can see now that we have the 5622 starting at $15, moving with the 100%, a little bit above 100% range spread. So this is a very similar structure. Can we move to the next slide, please? So the actual implementation method that we're recommending here is something we call the move towards midpoint 3 tier with the reduced implementation figure. The calculations are performed to determine the relation of employee salaries to proposed midpoints, referred to the comp ratio. Comp ratio is just a number that helps us see where employee salaries are compared to the proposed midpoint. So we look at their current salary or what their salary would move to at the minimum if they're below the minimum. And we say what percentage of that is the midpoint, and it gives us a relative idea of where they are. And then we look at their tenure and we say, okay, this in 1 to 3 years, 3 to 7 and 7 and up, those are going to be stratified. Those employee groups are going to be addressed separately. So, so what we do is by putting them into those groups of tenure, we can move those salaries, and that's exactly what this is doing. Next slide, please. So this is just explaining a little bit of what I've already talked about. It's designed to give larger adjustments in percentage terms to those with salaries furthest from the market midpoint. So it's not a straight line when we think about how those adjustments would be given out. It's the employees who are furthest from the midpoint, those who have just been brought into that $15. We're gonna move them a little bit more just so that we can get people closer to a market position that is more competitive, but it also helps us make sure that the salaries are getting stratified from new hires. Because if we left employees at the $15 minimum, they've been here for 3 years. When we hire someone in new, that $15, then they're still, we would address compression today only to see compression tomorrow. So this is helping us avoid that into the future as well. And I think, you know, the most important thing here is this method credits employees based on their total tenure. So we're making sure that employees are being valued at that they have served and are going to continue to serve the county. Next slide, please. So this is the estimated annualized salary cost. It would affect around 800 employees for a total of $1.1 million. That'd be annualized, so that would be reoccurring. And this is for the employees in the general pay plan and the fire step plan. So that is the cost, and that's the presentation. So are there any questions?
Any questions, board commissioners, regarding this presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard Commissioner Robinson first. Commissioner Robinson?
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. It was this time last year with the board during the County Reform Act where we actually passed the minimum wage, which was, you know, a quality of life initiative. After when you say you want to really listen to citizens and listen to your employees, that was important. Dealing with pay. And the board was conscious, maybe in different degrees, of, yeah, there's going to be an impact. What was the right thing to do? Okay, everybody's not a battery. They need to have a future. They need to have stability. They need to have an understanding of the steps and rank. So we made a hard decision last year, but it was the right decision. And it wasn't over. That was just the first step. Now, we always do it at the top. And so you do it at the top, like you'll keep it up there. And you'll rest it. We give away $100,000 in just what? Director bonuses and stuff in executive session. That's why I love what we did last year. I thank the board. We're standing strong like, no, come on, guys. do right by those people who can't fight for themselves. It's easy for somebody to come in executive session because they got one of us as sponsors and spot their stuff. But then what about everybody else? And so the fact you guys took the position that you took, and we dealt with this, yes, this is the next step. Waiting in the presentation to get ready. All right, 800 people. What was that? What was that number again? 1,000,008?
1.107.
Well, 1.108. Got it. All right. So with that being said, that's annualized. And I heard you make my magic words: reoccurring revenue, reoccurring expense. All right, this is annualized. Are we taking this all at the first of the year? Is that what's being recommended? Is it half the year? Talk to me about implementation. I got the data. I get why we're doing it. Talk to me, how would we implement that? So, Director Carter, Madam CFO, y'all weigh in on this. Because again, I get it. I get the backstory. And I get y'all have worked out how y'all would implement a policy or legislation that we pass. It's your job to go figure out what we just did. And you guys have done that. But tell me, how will you implement this? When will it be effective? And will it, is what y'all are recommending in the current budget we're about to consider in these last 2 meetings? Line it up for me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Colin, for that presentation. Vice Chair, we are recommending that this be implemented prior to the end of the year. We have talked to Madam CFO about the implications of this to the 5% that's already been approved. And we have also Colin didn't go into detail, but there's a percentage that will be strictly fire for the 56-hour employee. And then there's another percentage that will be for the general public. And so we are recommending that the fire percentage is paid from a different line item than the other portion, but this year is the recommendation.
Okay, so my board, listen. So we're going to adjust this now, and everything you do is going to be on top of that in the new budget. Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. I get it. I really do comprehend what just happened. And I'm good. I'm sure you're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Grader, you have the floor.
Yes, Director Carter, I don't have the minutes to the meeting, so I can't remember all the details, but we have a savings from the insurance that we're going to pay for that this year, right?
Madam CFO, are you on the call?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
We were going
Could you explain the savings and how we're going to offset the cost this year?
Yes, Commissioner Dyder, I believe during that meeting that day, when we discussed it, I believe there was like a $1.3 million in savings. Is that correct, Tisha? If I
Well, I don't have the minutes, so I don't.
I was asking Tisha, Ms. Carter, if that was the correct dollar. I believe it was a little over $1 million. And what we had said we could do is take that savings and use some of that savings to take care of this cost. And then we've already built into the budget for next year the increase already. I mean, I believe it was a little over $700,000 for the general fund and maybe $400,000 for the fire fund.
Correct.
CFO. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted that explained because anytime we spend money, we got to say where we got it from.
Yes.
So, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. And thank you so much, CFO Bivens, for explaining the process. And then thank you so much, Director Carter.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
All right, so again, one more time. So we had the millage rate conversation. And we've got revenue. We set the current budget. So we're doing it. We're talking about the current budget, ladies and gentlemen, 2022. We're saying that we're going to slide this $1.1 million in there, which I'm cool with as long as you're conscious. We'll slide $1 million in here. Was there any assumptions or tabs on that millage rate that we going? It was like, because again, nothing's guaranteed until the board votes. But I wanted to make sure, like, okay, but what was on? Was there anything? Was this cash, and we let it go, or were there other things on the table that we had not considered? We're talking about current budget, not what we had to retreat from a couple days. I'm saying right there. Was there anything outstanding, or did we just allow that additional additional revenue to come in, recurring revenue, it rolled the house. Was there anything else assigned or earmarked or put on the tab out of that retreat? Because that's the only time that could have been done by any board member. I mean, nothing would have moved without the board's expressed. So I get this may be on someone's tab, but talk to me. Was there anything else in the way or on the list already? I'm just curious.
CFO, give us fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, to make sure I understand you correctly, and for this year's budget, you're asking, was there anything else that we added for this year? And to my knowledge, no, we did not add any additional items during our retreat for this year's budget. Everything was for next year's budget.
Were you here during our mid-year retreat, not the constitutional retreat, not the board's retreat? I'm talking about when we set the millage rate. Were you here then?
Yes, sir, I was. So you're talking about the mid-year. I don't recall us adding anything additional to the budget at that time.
It's okay. Again, those are those transition moments that the director was talking about. No, it's okay. Find out tomorrow. Just refresh. Just don't want to get caught for you don't have to impress it for me. Just find out. I'm just curious. If we got spread, fine. The board will determine what it wants to do by pushing this in right now. Obviously, to make adjustment for our decision last year. I don't have an objection. I just want facts. I just look for facts. Thank you. I'm good, Madam Chair. Don't get it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Board of Commissioners, for listening to two sides of the equation problem that we had. Certainly the $15 increase was a great gesture, but of course, compression always comes when you make a move like that. So your consideration is highly appreciated. And thank you to Tisha Carter, our director, for taking the helm and listening to the problems of our and concerns of our employees regarding this compression and bringing it forward to the board. So thank you. If not, guys, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to our next item. Thank you so much again. Tab number 21, approval of the Douglas County Purchase Order Standards, Terms and Conditions, pending final legal review. Director Amons, you have the floor.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the board, employees, and the public. So I bring to you I come to you seeking approval for the Douglas County Purchase Order Standard Terms and Conditions. And so what that is every time we submit a purchase order or send one to a particular vendor, a purchase order is a form of a contract. And currently, the only terms and or conditions that we have address freight on our purchase orders. So I have submitted to the board via package terms and conditions that will address delivery, prices, the ability for us to change a purchase order, warranty, payment terms, all of those items that will support a purchase order that we submit to a particular vendor. We will I will place those on the website. And so that will be kind of our standard operating terms and conditions. Now, some purchase orders are a result of a RFP or invitation to bid or a quote. And so any terms and conditions that are in a subsequent contract with the vendor, they will prevail. But initially, if we're just ordering something and it doesn't matter how large or small the purchase item, I'm proposing that we have standard county terms and conditions to protect not only us as a county, but then also the supplier as well.
Thank you so much, Director. Any questions, board? All right. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item, which is yours as well, Director. And it's tab number 22, approval of the amendment to the Procurement Policy and Procedures Manual as part of the 2022 Optimization Act, pending final legal review. Director Amons, you have the floor.
Yes, I'm going to share my screen for this particular item. I have 3 proposals to the current Policy and Procedures Manual. And so I would like to share my screen so we can just follow along and we'll have the language. So the first particular amendment will be to section 1.2 of the purchasing manual. it addresses professional fees. And so it reads, apologize, selection of the council. I'm sorry, I can't read my whole screen. Just a moment. Okay, selection of outside counsel. In the event that an ethical conflict or required expertise makes it necessary to engage outside counsel to represent the county or any of its elected/appointed officials or other employees, the county attorney shall have the authority to engage such counsel, provided that the amount of fees incurred in such engagement shall not exceed an amount to be determined. Any engagement in excess of such amount shall be approved by the board. And so, Attorney Coleman, if you would just speak more to, I guess, the ultimate purpose of this particular section, and we can also discuss dollar amounts.
Happy to do so. Thank you, Sammons. So there are circumstances when it's because of a conflict of interest or some other reason, it may be necessary to hire counsel on an emergency basis. I know that my predecessor had the authority to do so. I think in my draft, in the contract that I executed last year for the firm, it stated that we had to have board authority, or at least implied that we had to have board approval to hire counsel. But some circumstances makes that difficult to do. For example, if the county is sued in a temporary restraining order, we have to go to court quickly, and we're conflicted out because we previously represented the person, then we've got to get counsel quickly. And the ability to do so is important for the for the county's protection, and we would not have time to wait until the next board meeting. So this gives the county attorney the authority to do it up to a limit that the board can agree upon. I think I would suggest that amount be up to $50,000, but the board certainly can take a different position. That's the reason for it. That's just one example of when it might come up. There could be others. It just gives me the authority that to be able to do what was previously done, but my contract doesn't provide for that.
Okay, thank you so much, Attorney. Any questions, board?
Yeah, I got one, Chair.
Vice Chairman.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going back to what you said, your contract. But didn't by default, the county attorney has a certain function in the state that's statutory. That we're allowed, the board of commissioners can hire a county administrator, a county clerk, and county attorney. We all went through this last year. We learned a lot. Now, what are you saying? Now, by default, you should have this authority.
And I would agree. I'm sorry.
Let me just make my.
Sorry.
Yeah. And your contract is like undermining state law. It prohibits more than like, okay, but how did the other one get away with that? It moved it unilaterally in moments of conflict. Now I get your point, Mr. Let's just put a record and make it clear. That's what I'm hearing. You're like, okay. So I'm okay with that. I mean, you don't have to defend it. I mean, it's pretty clear, and I get it. Again, these invisible rules, and I'm sure I've been saying all along, that was operating. Now here we got a new attorney. He's trying to bring clarity to authority and things, and I respect that, but I just shake my head at how things move through this county through invisible rules. And so, all right, that's the second point. Second point I want to make in this question, which is, as you say, elected officials. So those elected officials that may have a situation, are they involved in the selection of their? I want to make sure that all elected officials shall be entitled. Write this down, Lisa. I'll send it to you. This is my provisional change. Elected officials shall be entitled to participate in the selection of their representation based on the uniqueness, the uniqueness of their office. I'll send it over to you later, but that's a provision I'd like to be added to it. There's cases in which I've had my own experience, so I'll just speak for me, where the county attorney wanted to give a situation in which he was conflicted out to a firm that he was familiar with. And I didn't like that. I think I got the service I wanted. I didn't, nothing bad or evil. It's just I didn't feel it. So being the elected guy I was like, oh, no, I want to go that way. Like any defendant, civil rights. Like I don't like that public defender. I'm firing somebody else. I want to make sure what we put in here don't give you over here. Too much power that you silence the voice of people who are participating. If they're being defended, they should have a right to participate in their process. Can you give me assurance with those words that accomplish that, County Attorney?
Sure, I have no objection to that. I'll be happy to make that change.
All right. Yeah, I made my point. I'm sure I'm good. I yield.
Okay, thank you. Any other remarks? All
Madam
right.
Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Guider.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Coleman. Is this with the approval by the chairman?
I'm happy to do that as well.
Well, she already has the authority to sign off on something below 50,000 and below. So she can approve it. So I would just say add it with the approval of the chairman, because she has the authority to do it, and right now you don't. Does that make sense? I'm just saying, I just think she needs to be able to sign off on it.
Sure, absolutely. No problem.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. If there's nothing else,
Sure.
I'll move on to it. Vice Chair, you have.
Yeah, I actually like that. That's a nice check. It's by default until anything is up to a certain amount. We've got in there. And that's a nice move. That's a lot of power. And that was my concern, and not that we have a brand new county attorney, but the power you give somebody just to point things where they want you. That's that's absolute. That's an autocrat. That you got to ask for permission to pick your like. So I appreciate that, Madam Guider. That was a good move, good provision. That was one thing I was struggling with. Like, no, when you give people power, when you give staff power, guys, you got to be careful. Like, okay, you got to check on that, because again, we put something in place, and now we're bound by. And they get to come back, well, I don't know if I really like that firm. Well, I don't know, like, okay, it's absolute. Good check, Madam Guider. All right, I yield, Madam Chair. This is good.
Okay, forward. We're going to move on to tab number 23, approval of a CB-100 procurement P-card policy as part of the 2022 Optimization Act, pending the final legal review. Director Amons again.
And Madam Chair, and I'm sorry, point of clarification. I have two more.
Oh, you're not finished. I'm so sorry.
I wasn't finished. I just wanted
okay, go on. I apologize.
No, that's okay. So the next amendment to the policy, I would like to propose an addition, and that would be section 12.5. The first one is restrictions on communications with staff. So from the issue date of a solicitation until a supplier is selected for contract award and the selection is made public, bidders are not allowed to communicate for any reason with members of the Board of Commissioners, Douglas County employees, and or contracted agents related to the solicitation, except through the issuing officer or his or her designee named in the solicitation. Prohibited communication includes all contact or interaction, including but not limited to telephone communications, emails, faxes, letters, or personal meetings, such as lunch, entertainment, or otherwise. Exceptions to this restriction on communication include the following: communication during a pre-bid conference or meeting, provided the issuing officer is present, or as necessary to perform under any existing contracts with the county, or with Douglas County pursuant to the protest process. A bidder's violation of the restriction on communication can lead to disqualification of the supplier's response from consideration for contract award and or other disciplinary actions such as suspension or disbarment. And so the reasoning behind this particular clause is I put in solicitations since I started in February terms as far as restriction on communication with staff. And that means that once a bid goes out, that the potential bidders are only allowed to talk to the issuing officer. That means that all communication is consistent. All communication should be in writing, and all communication becomes part of the solicitation. And what is helpful is that since we've moved to an online bidding platform, all questions are received internally in that particular platform, and then we can respond there. And so we also have an audit trail. And so this also removes or discourages bidders from reaching out to anyone to ask what is the status, what's going on. And so that is the purpose of this particular clause. It should have everything coming through this particular office. And subsequently, as we look and think about this particular clause, my next clause addresses restrictions on staff communication with bidders as well, right? So this particular one reads, from the issue date of the solicitation and until a supplier is selected for contract award and a selection is made public, members of the Board of Commissioners, Douglas County employees, and or contracted agents related to the solicitation, except the issuing officer named in the solicitation, are not allowed to communicate for any reason with the bidder. And prohibited communication includes all contact or interaction, including but not limited to telephone communications, emails, faxes, letters, or personal meetings, such as lunch, entertainment, or otherwise. And a violation may result in cancellation of the bid. And that ends my presentation for item number 22.
Any questions for regarding these provisions?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair?
Yeah, swing away here. Ooh, this got teeth. No, it got real teeth and it's appropriate. It's like state level type, federal, like almost lobby, like, ooh, well done, Madam Director Amons. Here's the question: how would someone know who doesn't follow the bids that something is wrong? How will you ensure the unintended consequence of, well, you didn't know it was out there? You got bids, everybody, because you know behavior. Let's keep this.
Yeah.
Let's keep this conversation going. Well, I can't give what all the bids are out there. I can't give what the job postings y'all got. Let's keep it real. You have no idea. Oh, okay. So I say, hey, you got to jump. Like, I didn't know nothing about that. But here I am. I bump into somebody and they having a conversation like, well, I don't know nothing about that. Now, now I need you to think about this. You don't have to answer it now.
Okay.
But there needs to be room for that. It says that, well, how, or some kind of, how you going to close that gap of knowledge? It says that, okay, I was supposed to know. But now, if I was supposed to know everything that's going on, that's a whole different world. I'm not full-time. And so it becomes how do I do this? It's something to think about. It's how do you practically pull that off? We're not like robotics where you got an algorithm that will trigger automatically. This is human behavior. And you know how people work the edges. I'm testing what you just wrote. Like, okay, now how you gonna do this? Because again, all you gotta do is put yourself in place. Like, okay, so I'm out here and I have no clue. And so I see Commissioner Robinson, they met with my, well, I had no idea.
Right.
I gotta get right at this. That's how we roll. Can you help give some insight, or maybe the county attorney? We don't have to solve this now. I mean, I like what I hear. I have no objections. I just want to know how it will be implemented. It's more the implementation of the policy, the legislation we got passed. We can pass it all day long, which I know we just passed, right? And it puts us in this absolute perfect place of, guys, how would you know? So it's like imposing upon us in such a way, like, how would we know? When we did, like, as if, think through that one. Let me think about that. I may have some other comments in the morning.
Okay.
If you got some thoughts right now, or don't, I'm fine. But Madam Chair, let me think about this one. It's good. Your policy is great. No problem. It's the practical implementation of it. It says, now, how are you going to bridge that gap during that 90, 120 days if nobody has knowledge that you actually put that out there? I yield. Madam Chair, I yield. Or is there some type of prompt or solicitation that you send me stuff? That you send it to the board or those people, you know what I'm saying? How do I keep up with that? So, I mean, I don't even know who bid on it. How do I practically know who even bid on it? Let alone you got this RQ with 18 companies. How would I know?
Right.
That's the part that, hey, no, you had to bring that in. There's no way we would know. Times the 15, 16, 17 RQs. Y'all putting something in place is great. It looks great on paper, but it's being about you listen to what she just wrote and it's good work, but like, hold on. So think about it, but it's the practical part that exposes us, and I know it's very well written and thoughtful, but it's the practical part. Like, how y'all gonna live? You can't. That means you almost cannot go nowhere for 90 days. There's no interaction. People still can move up on you. You have no clue. How would they know? I leave it at that. Madam Chair, I yield. Because even then, they wouldn't know. And what happens when you're in conferences? What happens when you're in conferences? When you're allowed to talk to the vendors? Now, I get it. And they would say, I wouldn't know. And I'm at ACCG, like all 5 of us are done. We got our little bags and we're walking down there. We're like, thank you. What do you do? Okay, thank you very much. And they're active bidder. Like, oh, I'm down here in class. I have no idea. It just went out. We're allowed by state law to interact with vendors. Fine, take part. I'm sure you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions or remarks, board, or comments on this particular item? So if not, we'll move on to the next item on the tab, which is 23. Approval of the CB-100 procurement P-card policy as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. Director Amons, you have the floor.
Okay, give me one moment while I pull up the presentation. Okay, thank you again for allowing me to present. So this is on the P card, and I am seeking approval for the countywide procurement card policy. But in this presentation, I want to give you just an update on where we stand. It is a brief presentation just to let everybody know how we have been moving along and kind of operating since the cards launched in June. So late last year, the Board of Commissioners approved, the use of a P card, and for the public, we are using we use a P card that is issued by Bank of America, and it is part of a statewide contract. So a lot of the terms and conditions have already been negotiated. The state has been using a P card for many, many years. And so a lot of the policies and procedures that I have presented to the board really are in line with the state with some adjustments for how Douglas County operates. But this isn't just a card program that we just decided to go off hands in trying to institute. It was designed, and we have guidelines that are governed by state law as well as even some federal law. So the purpose of the P card is to establish a faster, more cost-effective method for authorized employees to make purchases of goods and services for official Douglas County business. The procurement card can streamline administrative burdens, reduce the purchasing cycle, and allow for increased transparency. Some benefits are tighter control over company spending methods, fast, flexible access to company funds, lower the opportunity for possible fraud, simple direct spend, and no late fees or finance charges. So this particular slide I'm going to show you is previously Douglas County has, and some people still have, a Synovus credit card versus the procurement card. And so up until September of this particular year, this slide shows how many late fees we have been charged in finance charges that have been assessed for the cards that I have access to. Doesn't include other cards that could be out there around the county, but a little bit of money over time is a lot of money. And so with the Bank of America card program, we will avoid late fees and finance charges. So I did want to bring that to everyone's attention. Now, the procurement card program really is, there are 3 spokes to the wheel. You have card holders, you have policy, and then you also have audits for a procurement card program. Those card holders are approved card holders that are able to do use the card on behalf of Douglas County. Then we have policy, and we have procedures that establish the guidelines on how to use the card. And then we will have an audit program on auditing those purchases to make sure that they are in line with policies and procedures. So currently we have 31 card holders. Since June, we've spent over $161,000 through October 31st, and that represents approximately 20 departments. I'm looking forward to card holders growing because that's going to help streamline businesses for across the county and shorten the cycle. So part of the P-card program, we have, of course, the policy, which I'm seeking approval for today, but we also have forms that everyone must sign that are applicable. And you have the P-card request form, you have a P-card holder agreement form. And that agreement form says that you would use the card only for county businesses. You have a P-card proxy request form. And I'll stop here just to say that a proxy is someone who can code on behalf of a card holder, right? And so they have to complete a form as well. You have the pre-card approver form. We may have some managers that don't want to have a card. They just only want to approve usage of a card for someone on their team. You have the approval only form. And then you have the lost receipt form. And so we do recognize, even at the state level, that sometimes you can lose or misplace a receipt. But we also monitor that to make sure someone isn't taking advantage. And so we'll go back, and if so, we'll go back and train and provide coaching. Here's a list of some internal controls that we are implementing here in Douglas County. Again, we have specific policies and procedures. We want to ensure proper roles and responsibilities and separation of duties, establish spending limits, provide training, routine reconciliation and monitoring of transactions, maintain proper documentation, and we want to safeguard cards against theft, loss, and authorized use. And I will say that everyone that currently has a procurement card has attended procurement card training. And so finally, in the program, we have audits. We are currently researching an audit company, and I plan to bring one to the BOC for approval soon. But it is an external company. It is not an internal company. And what we like about an external company is that they aren't sympathetic to Douglas County. They're just going to run the data, use the artificial intelligence, and report to us what they see. In this particular case, we're looking for third line audit capabilities from a data perspective, right? And we're looking at what you purchase, when you purchase it, where you purchase it, and if it was in line with policies and procedures that we have set as a county. And so we're looking forward to having a robust company, and one that we've been looking at has been one that the state uses currently. And so I am seeking approval of the current P-card policy. It was included in your package. And I also like to just point out that everyone that has gone through training has been using the draft form of that particular policy as we move to expand the P-card program here in Douglas County. And with that, I yield.
Thank you so much, Director Amos. Any questions for regarding this policy? I heard, Commissioner Guider.
Yes,
I couldn't see your voice sound muffled. I could hear it. Okay. You have the floor, Commissioner.
Yes, LaTanya, the problem I have with the P card is when we approve it. The charges, because we're approving it even though it hasn't been audited as far as whether or not it's legitimate. So we could be rubber stamping something that was illegitimate on the card. So are you doing anything to correct that? We should only approve something that somebody has already looked at. If we have to put off the approval till the next month, do you see what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't even want to approve my kid's credit card if I gave it to them. I'm just saying that unless I know it's, it's used for what it's supposed to be used for, I have a problem approving something.
Okay.
Take it off the approval of the county commissioners and let it be a procedural thing within the finance department. But we shouldn't have to approve something that we're not assured is a legitimate charge.
Thank you, Commissioner Guider, for your question. So with the P-card program, it's just like with the credit card program that was previously used. Those particular charges are from a countywide are like paid for by finance. Okay, so once you use a county credit card, the county is liable for that particular expense. Now, you're correct. It's a month later from a perspective of, and I'll just use Heath. I don't, if Heath charges something this month and Director Worthington charges something, we won't catch if it is a valid charge until later, right? However, the P-card program, number one, violation of it is subject to criminal prosecution. That is in policy, and it is also is on the books from a state law perspective. So it is punishable, and I believe over a certain amount is a felony. However, that is when you look at behaviors and you could remove the credit card. But I think the benefit of this particular card, let's take it a step back. Right now, we have like an open credit card for Home Depot. People go into Home Depot, they use a blanket PO, they use a card, and they turn in receipts. And we really don't know high level how much people are really using, like the data collection, like down to how many hammers has one person purchased in a particular 6-month period. However, with the artificial intelligence of an outside audit firm, we will know that. Someone will say, wait, do you all realize that someone purchased 25 hammers for a particular department? And then that's when you start to look, and you look at behaviors and you look at outliers, things that we can't even think of. So you're right, when people are using, whether it's a current store credit card from, Sam's Club, Home Depot, and Lowe's of the world, even using a credit card, we still really don't know until we get to start looking at the data. But I like the fact that if we move all of it to the P-card, we will have a company doing robust auditing in the background to audit those particular charges and say, hey, we have a problem here, we see a red flag. And so finance does go ahead and pay the bill because we're obligated to pay the bill. No difference as we've done with a credit card, with a Home Depot card. Now, just like a regular credit card or your personal one, you can't dispute a charge and say, I didn't authorize that particular charge. I lost my card, I need to cancel my card.
I can do that. Did you say
and we can do that.
Yeah,
no, you can. I apologize. I misspoke. No, you can. And we can do that as well with the procurement card. And so it is just a shift in how we spend. But in reality, it's the same that we were doing in the past as far as Synovus card or store credit cards.
Well, we saw the receipts. We saw the receipts that we were approving. But what I'm saying is maybe we ought to approve last month's this month. You see, after it's gone through the finance department, rather than approving it for this month or whatever. I don't know. I just don't want to approve anything that has not gone through y'all's office and that you haven't laid eyes on.
Okay, so the statement closes on the last day of the month. So October 31st, the statement closed.
When do you get it? When do you get it and look at it?
I can look at charges every day, but I don't have the bandwidth to look at charges every day. So I had put on my calendar to look at charges on the 11th and 12th of the month. As a skim, again, I'm human. And so with hundreds of charges, I look for, have they coded the charges? Have they uploaded the receipts to the charges? And then finance pays it because the bill is due by the, I think around the 25th of the month is when the bill is due to Bank of America. And so that is when they pay the credit card statement for the entire county. We pay one time a month. No one's, we don't have to pay a little bit. It doesn't have to be one group that pays. It's just one invoice for the entire county, and it's one bill payment for the entire county. But we do skim it, and that's why my goal was by January, but I'm not sure if we'll meet that just because of workload. But to have an audit company in here to run that audit robustly behind the scenes, so we can bring up any issues. And I hope I'm answering your question, if I understand it correctly.
Well, with a P card, do you have to produce receipts?
Yes, receipts are required with a P card, just like they are with store cards and the Synovus credit card.
So if we approve expenses, y'all have those receipts?
Now, I don't want to, we have receipts for the P card purchases. And it's also, it's twofold. Number one, we can pay the bill because we are obligated to Bank of America to pay the bill because the charge was made on the county card. Yes. However, we go in and make sure a different step is to make sure that all charges are reconciled and that they are put to the appropriate budget and receipts are loaded. Your question is, does the receipt have to be loaded before the bill is paid? The answer is systematically no. However, we do push for and send emails for that to happen. And so repeat offenders, no matter who they are that don't have a receipt, we're keeping note of that. And so they are outside of policy. And so that's a different discussion.
Well, my question to Attorney Coleman, if I assume he's still out there, when we approve that, are we personally liable if there's something wrong with the charges?
When you say we approve, Ms. Gaynor, do you mean the Board of Commissioners approve?
Yes, yes.
I'm not sure the Board of Commissioners will be necessarily approving the P card expenses.
We do this. We do the expenses.
Well, no, I didn't you, but finance. You should not have personal liability if you approve it. But I like to look at that process a little bit about whether or not the Board of Commissioners has to approve all P card charges. I mean, that's something we'll look at a little bit more, Ms. Ammons, and just think about that a little bit. Because I mean, it should be within a budget. I think that there are local examples in Atlanta of individuals who abuse their P card for personal reasons being criminally prosecuted. That's a pretty good stick. I think we have the ability, if we find later that there's an improper expense, we have the ability to go back against the person that made the charge. So I think the issue of the board having to approve every P-Guard expense is one that we'll look at again a little bit more and talk about a little bit more. That may not be something that we have to do. We'll just have to think about that.
Yeah, I'd say take it off and let the finance department be the auditing branch, I guess, because I shouldn't have to go through somebody else's receipts to make sure they're legitimate. And sometimes there are no receipts. So I don't like rubber stamping something that I'm not fully aware of.
No, I think there's a legitimate position for taking that approach. I mean, if it's in the budget, you approve the budget, and these expenses would presumably be budgeted expenses, and the budget's been approved. I'm not sure why.
We don't know that this is within the parameters of the budget.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be something that you could, certainly a strong case to be made that should be something that finance should approve and review and not necessarily have to take it to the full board. I think there's a very strong case to be made for that.
Okay.
We'll look at that.
Respectfully, Commissioner Guider, are you referring to the monthly expense reports? That the
Does that
BOC.
not include the P cards too?
No, it does not, ma'am.
Oh, I assumed it did.
No.
So you mean besides the monthly receipts or whatever we're approving that's on the agenda, that doesn't include the P card?
No, it does not, ma'am. The P card categorically is in line with the expenses, just like it's just a different form of procurement. So instead of me submitting a requisition to Home Depot for, let's say, a drill for $100, it would have been on a PO. I mean, it's just a transfer on how we conduct business. And so if there's a monthly rental for fencing, we can put that on a P card instead of actually having a PO that has to go through all of the multiple approvals. And then that is just the monthly charge. So it is not the monthly expense. It is just a different form of operating and conducting day-to-day business. So instead of a purchase order, we've shifted some of that to a procurement card.
Okay.
So that's consistent with what I was saying, Commissioner Gatter. So it would not, the individual P card expenses would not be presented to the board.
So it's already up to the finance department.
Finance audit includes them. Make sure the receipts.
What about the things we approve that's on our agenda? Who's responsible for making sure they're legitimate?
The expenses on the BOC agenda?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, who's responsible for that? Okay, so the process with that is I think they submit a requisition and then they are reimbursed. And that will be a job I will confirm with finance. It will be part of finance and procurement.
That's the one that I'm concerned with is what
Yep.
we rubber stamp, because I just want to make sure I'm not breaking the law.
Yeah, I think finance can confirm that, but I do understand that there are receipts associated. To the extent it's presented to you all, the receipts are associated with them. That's my understanding of that process.
Okay. So if it's not on the agenda, they didn't use a P card?
No, ma'am. That's not it. If it's not on the agenda, then it's not not an expense that a board member has incurred. If I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, those were expenses, reimbursements for the month. The P card is totally separate from the BOC expense. And so if I'm incorrect, someone, please correct me, but P card is just operating day to day on how to do business with the county. And that's why most directors have a P card, employees have a P card. It's just the facilitation of county business.
Just so somebody's laid eyes on those that we vote on. And they say they're legitimate charges.
Then we can confirm
before we vote on them, even we have to put them off.
That would be a finance function, and I think we can confirm with finance that that's done.
Okay, all right. I've taken up enough time. Thank y'all.
No,
you're back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. Any other questions?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair.
I need Madam ACA. Are you out? Is she out there or is she in Franklin?
She is not. She's in Nashville.
Deputy, can you answer this question?
Yes, sir.
Is Rosin out there?
Yes, I see Rosin.
Yeah. All right. So between you two, this goes back to the local legislation that the board passed to establish the $300 to $500 expense account. The Board of Commissioners are the only person locally, I'm going to say in our local area, our local jurisdiction, can't speak to the school board, can't speak to the city, that gets an expense account since 1998. Recently, it was moved from $300 to $500. And it was allowed, you were allowed to be reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses. The operative word is out of pocket. that you can get reimbursed. So the breakfast I did this weekend, if I chose to do it that way, I did, and I didn't have a P card. I would submit an expense report along with the receipts associated whether I went to Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts, whatever the case may be. And I would turn to it, and I would get a check cut back to me accordingly for that amount. That's what that expense account was for. I need everybody to understand what that was intended back since 1998. They never foresaw, and it's okay. There was no, it's okay. The board now has its own operating budget. We've gone from a point of us incurring, well, it's like the teacher going to get markers and stuff. You get a little allowance to encourage, offset some of the costs that we may have done as a part-time commissioner. We've grown to the point where we've got staff and everything. There's really no need for the $6,000 expense account, in my opinion. You got a $100,000 operating budget plus salary, but we're statutory allowed. And so if the board was to use that, great. How you avoid having to sign off on it, don't report it because you don't have to, don't use your expense account, use your operating budget. You have an operating budget. It's P cards. He's very clear that we'll call it P card. I personally don't use it. It's not necessary. Right? Additional, we always talk about expenses. Like, oh, okay, well, we got enough. I thank the board for approving that. We got enough room to operate. Those are two different funding mechanisms, two different sources. Right? The expense account is totally separate than your operating budget. Those are two separate things. So, Roslyn, for the record, and in the county, how do you distinguish the two? Is there an expense account? Is there an operating budget? Think strictly Board of Commissioners. Stay there. Don't go into everybody else.
Yeah, you're correct. You have a 50,000 operating budget, yep. And then you have the 6,000 and the 10,000. So, and then of course salaries.
Okay. So it's treated separately. Right? We set our budget annually the way we set our budget as Board of Commissioners. That expense count is done through local legislation and with statutory. We're not forced to use it. Madam Guy is no more forced to use her operating budget as we're forced to use that expense count. But the one you choose to use is the one you've got to follow those rules. So, I mean, I get it. I just wanted to make that point and you clarified it for me. So, I think I got it for now. And, all right. So, that being said, you guys answered my question for clarity. I wanted to make sure. So, this policy, Director Amos, will be effective if the board so chooses to pass it. When does it go into effect? And more importantly, how do you roll out to everybody else? That's really what I'm getting at. When will you say that the program is officially live, that you saturated everybody that should have one, that wants one, etc.? Is your goal first year truly for all that to be done in 45 days?
Yes, that is my goal. So the policy will go into effect next day, and then I will reach out to the departments individually. So within the next 45 to 60 days, we have to have training, and we have to have the bandwidth to. It's a lot of behind the scenes work, but several groups have reached out to me and they would like to have a P card. And so I would like to be able to help facilitate that where needed across the county.
All right. And last point is, okay, and again, I keep hearing this capacity issue. You guys want to do great innovative programs from Madam CFO and Madam HR. We're just stacking stuff and y'all are stepping up. But right now, how y'all gonna pull this off? Right. So one more time. Is there a deputy director there that's going to be able to do this? Where's my compliance and auditor officer that's going to match the finance officer? It's great to talk about what y'all want to do, but until y'all bring forth what you need, you got to tell us we can't fund it, and so we're compromising that. We're trying to do one thing, but it's going to cost us to maintain and support these ideals that we believe in. They're right. You need to invest in your infrastructure. But I want to make a note, Madam CFO, to make sure that there's a proper compliance audit, whether it's this, whether it's grants, whatever it is. You guys already know that you're beyond capacity. You have no capacity to be able to go take on all this. Y'all are rolling out, man. It's all about the data. So one more time, we got stuff in there, but if you can't extract it and give it to the board in such a way that we can act on it, or somebody can look into it, then it doesn't really help us. So make sure that as we make these rules, y'all got about 2 weeks to tighten this up. I know this policy is this policy. We can put a policy in place, but we still got to go fund it. So we're asking us to give you authority. We put this policy in place, but now we may have some type of fiscal impact. And I want to make sure we understand what we're signing up for, that when we go ask her for data, if we ain't gave her the resources, or we establish something to allow them to be able to talk amongst the compliance people and all that, then we're undermining our own very efforts. But thank you guys for that. I'm good. You clarified it. And I don't know if Madam ACA, did she get on there or she was gone? No. She's not there. I'm okay, Rosalind. Thank you so much. Thank you, Deputy. Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. All right, any other remarks? If not, we're going to move on to our next item. And thank you so much, Director Amos. Thank you so much. Here. All right, tab number 24 is approval of the CB-60 finance policy as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. And this was tabled from November 1st, 2022. And our CFO, Madam Ramona Bivens, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I actually covered this during the last work session. However, I was out because of a family medical emergency that Tuesday, and I believe there were some questions that I needed to address. Is that correct, Mr. Vice Chair?
I think we just wanted to have a chance for you to be available.
Go back over there. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll go over it.
You good.
All right, I'll go over it again. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts to this CB-60 for finance. One of them actually was adopted by the board. That's CB-60-1.4, which was for travel policy that was approved, I believe, at the last meeting, and that has been sent out to all the employees, elected officials countywide. The other 3 items, one was CB-60-1, and this is amending the fiscal policy that states the finance shall annually prepare and present to the Finance Committee for submission to the Chair of the County the budget revenue anticipations for the county, provided that such anticipation shall not exceed 98% of the normal recurring revenue collected during the previous fiscal year. When they have been filed, the revenue anticipations have been filed. They shall be binding upon the governing body without any action of approval or disapproval. I do want to talk about that 98%. So currently, I believe it's 100%. And I also, further back in the policy, there's a, when we talk about budgeting, we talk about the departments budgeting at the same level as the amended budget. With that being the case, I would like to recommend changing the 98% or leaving the 98% at 100% if the board concurs and agrees with that. I did speak with Mr. Corbin, our chief financial advisor, and if we were going to allow the department heads to maintain the current budget as it is each year, then we would need to maintain the same level of revenue to support that. Otherwise, after thinking into it a little deeper, while I was off last week sick, I had a lot of time to think. I had said that this would require us possibly to reduce budgets each year. And I'm not sure if that's the direction the board would want to go. So that's kind of where I am on that one. Do we want to discuss that one now or go to the other ones because they're a little bit easier, then come back and have a discussion later? You want me to read all of them first?
Yeah, if you could.
Okay, all right. And then CB-60 1.2, it's to develop a reserve to set aside matching funds for capital grants, for capital transportation projects, parks and recreation, replacement equipment, and other capital projects that require a match. Currently, we have a part of our fund balance. We have a policy where we, set aside part of our fund balance for capital reserves. This would also set up a reserve for those items where we need matching. I think we had one earlier today where we needed a $500,000 match for a transportation grant. So this would set aside and have some funds set aside in the event we need to have matching for these capital projects that are grants and also for parks and recreation replacement equipment. CB-60 1.3 is to establish an ERP system study to better align our core back office functions in finance, HR, and procurement We currently have a system, but after speaking with my colleagues in human resources and procurement, we believe that it can be a little bit more robust. And then also in speaking with Mr. Vice Chair during our Finance Committee meetings and then some other conversations, there's some other reporting that we need out of the system that we're not able to get that I think is capable of doing, as well as doing some automation based on working with other Tyler software that in my previous roles. And then CB 60-1.5 is to review and update the county's allowance. So employees who drive to fulfill the primary duties of their job are required to have a vehicle available for the performance of their duties and may receive a vehicle allowance to cover such frequent business-related driving in lieu of mileage reimbursements. Such allowance will be paid at the same time as their regular payroll. These allowances are reported as ordinary wages on a W-2 and will be subject to federal and, as applicable, other state income tax reporting and withholding. With respect to mileage reimbursement, in accordance with the Internal Revenue Code, Treasury regulations, and other IRS requirements, travel distance exclude and is not considered the distance from the employee's home to their work site. Also, want to make sure that the board approves all car allowances based on job classification and on need. And that is all we have on that on those updates. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, board? Do we have any questions for our CFO?
Okay, ma'am.
Commissioner Geiger.
I'm very talkative today. Don't mean to be. Is there a policy that requires any take-home vehicle in what you have gone over this today?
No, ma'am. This is a separate policy from the take-home vehicle policy. This is for those employees that do not have a take-home vehicle, but they are required to use their personal vehicle in the performance of their duties and may receive a vehicle allowance to cover that in lieu of a take-home vehicle.
Okay, because we do have some people that take home vehicles just to come back and forth to work. So is there a controversy there? Conflict?
Well, again, my policy does not include the take-home vehicle. This is strictly for people that receive a car allowance, because right now, if you look at them, they're all over the place. Even you have people in like positions. One may be receiving a higher amount than the other. So I don't see anything in writing where there's any rhyme or reason why two people in the same position would receive two different car allowances. So this is to begin looking at that and correcting that and addressing that in the board approving who should receive a car allowance based on their job classification and the need for that.
And all of those have to be approved by the board?
Yes, ma'am. Car allowances will be approved by the board because that is included as part of the general fund.
What about the take-home vehicles?
Those should, again, that's not in the purview of this finance policy, but I do believe take-home vehicles should be approved by the board as well. I guess I would have to lean on Deputy County Administrator Perry to address that as well.
Yeah, and thank you, Madam CFO. Yes, to a large degree, they are brought to the board by that particular department head with a request for staff to have a take-home vehicle. So yes, it would be finalized by the Board of Commissioners.
Rosalind, you're out there. Y'all did an audit of take-home vehicles. Did you find any abuse, or did you correct anything that was being done incorrectly?
Yes, we found. Yes, we did, and we have corrected.
Was it widespread?
We haven't completed the total audit. I'm just speaking of one that I'm
talking about just take home vehicles. There can't be that many. I'm not talking about an audit of the department.
Right. Yeah, we're still conducting that audit. We have to get with several departments because finance, they're not they just receive the forms and apply it to payroll. They're not responsible for actually auditing the vehicle. That would come through fleet and also the department because the department head.
Rosalind, do you check to make sure, first of all, that the vehicle, the take-home vehicle, is authorized by the Board of Commissioners, and that the finance department knows it so that they can tax those people on the use of a county vehicle?
Well, once finance just receives the form. So if we have a form that is signed by the department head, then
it's got to be approved by the Board of Commissioners, though.
Yeah, that I have to check because a take-home vehicle, I was just to my understanding, it's just we would need a form that the department head has authorized that employee to take the vehicle home.
I thought they had to be approved by the Board of Commissioners.
Yeah, I would have to confirm that.
Madam Guider, if I may, please.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to interject that I think that this process was something that was more or less tracked by previous staff that is no longer here, and this is good that we're going through this exercise. It is approved by the Board of Commissioners if the take-home vehicle is granted, and I do believe that that Rosalind is correct in that they would just receive a form. Fleet would in turn have some record of that as well, if I'm not mistaken, in that who that vehicle is assigned to and who's responsible for maintaining care of that vehicle. But as far as what you're asking, the additional next steps, I don't think that that finance would be along in that final line of approval.
If it doesn't go through the Board of Commissioners, it doesn't go to finance. If it doesn't go to finance, we are breaking IRS laws. Is that not true? Maybe I ought to ask Attorney Coleman.
Attorney, can you weigh in, please?
Yeah, I think that there is a requirement that there be a form submitted indicating the value of benefits received by by any individual from the county. I believe that would cover a take-home vehicle. I'd have to confirm that. I'm not intimately familiar with all IRS rules, but I believe that it would. I think that's something we need to look at. I do know that there was a policy being looked at regarding take-home vehicles, but we'll definitely look at that issue and get a response from you.
We don't want to get on the bad side of IRS.
No.
And I did ask for this audit, 6 months ago? So if there was any improprieties found, they should have been corrected. So I just wanted, and I know I'm overlapping, and I apologize for that, but to me, a car allowance is also a take-home car. So I just wanted to bring it out that I did ask for this audit about 6 months ago, and I don't think it takes 6 months to do just take-home cars. So I just would like to know if anything was found wrong, what happened, to correct it. So, but even the car allowances that we're talking about, they have to be reported too to IRS.
Correct. They would be included in income.
Okay. All right.
And I'm not a tax lawyer, but that's my understanding.
And let me go. I will interject there. That is correct, and I stated in the reading of the policy that it will be reported, and subject to federal and, as applicable, other state income tax reporting and withholding.
All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Betty. Any other questions for it?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Okay, question.
Yeah, I mean, I get car allowance. You know, mine gets charged to me for imputed income. I get it. Since we're having this conversation, and Madam Guider brings up a point that a lot of investigations have been asked that wasn't done because you didn't want to know the truth. It's interesting, and I sit here like, but I can go way back, just a decade, but you were spotting cars and car allowances all over the board with invisible rules. No, we acting self-righteous. Oh, look at this, look at the spirit. And you got the evidence in front of you. And it's like, okay, but aren't y'all looking at the same thing and I can't see? I'm like, don't y'all see this? 44 people got car allowances. You got a whole bunch of people they've been spotting cars, whether it's the sheriff, whether whoever. There's no policies. Whatever you allowed them to do, it was allowed. You didn't regulate yourselves. So I appreciate the spirit. I appreciate this push. We got to regulate that. We got to regulate that. Right? I mean, again, one more time, Michael got your word cut out for you. Look, just pay attention, man. It's okay. You inherited this. There's nothing here. And we're trying to make sense of it. And like, okay, I get it, guys, but I mean, what are the rules? You got these newcomers. I mean, look, everybody here on deck right now. This is what y'all inherit. Don't feel pressured by just embrace it, to the point, correct it. I mean, we got to talk about take-home vehicles. What is that policy? Yeah, I know y'all give people cars. They're like, okay, I'll let you use this vehicle. You y'all do it out of commonality and friends. It's no rule. It's no law. It's no policy. And it's only when somebody's on the other side, like, okay, they got privilege. They shouldn't get it. That's where this all came from. You gave entitled benefit to one and denied others, and you're not consistent. That is the very fundamental reason why I'm here in that legal opinion about administration. Like, okay, just be consistent. Don't treat one employee class different than another. Don't do that. Look at the atmosphere that's being created. Now you created all that, and now we're trying to do the grass right. You got a bunch of weeds out here, though. You got weeds, and you got manicured turf, and you got to blend this and clean this up. And I'm listening like, no, I mean, again, all right. So one more time, deputy director saw y'all. How y'all gonna do this? Compliance audit. Third function. The name of my company is called Finance and Audit. They got rid of the internal audit. I won't name her name because she's still there for down the hallway. How do you get rid of your internal audit? Because you didn't want to know. You don't want to look into your own. You chose not to. You had them over there looking at cell phone disposals. I mean, pretty simply, you can go over to our auditor and get a contract for $50,000. You really want to go audit something or hire somebody. But this takes executive, it takes the board to say that's what we want. Staff, I get y'all. Y'all looking at it like, okay, what do you want us to do? Let's keep this real. Get the internal auditor in here. We had a function of $85,000. Well, why don't you get that? That person has a dotted line to the board, reports to the CFO, and when we want to look into something, we all have authority. We know that. And look into something. All right, but again, right now, staff doesn't have authority, don't have the direction. I get y'all doing a good job in dancing. This is a big political show right now. Y'all are good, though. And I'm embracing it. I'm with you. Let's set up the policy then. Let's put the real rules in place. Don't say that you violate some invisible rule to put a rule in place. It's invisible. So let's again, double standard, no standard, higher standard. Let's be consistent. I think this will go forward. I think, and really, staff gotta let the board be the board. It's not y'all. This is us. But you guys are hearing what you need to hear, and we need you to step up. But it's not just the intellectual. You're gonna need some resources to pull this off, because this what they're talking about, this data, this compliance, this is beyond just friends that you're used to. You got this flat organization. Y'all just happy being friends and riding for 30 years. Now you got to go do some real work. Now the board has a higher expectation. Now you got to go put some infrastructure in place. So I'm saying, just tell us what you need. Well, let's just do this right. We're fine. I think you guys are on point. You don't have to dance with this. We got this. We know what we need to say. The board, when we give you the last 2 minutes, all that. Empower them to go do what they need to do, but they cannot do it right now. You didn't want to do it when you had time to do it. Now they got all this work and infrastructure on them, all these projects and stuff. And y'all need them to do what? They can't. These directors don't have enough depth. So I appreciate you guys. I mean, it's going to be the will of my board. Thank you for your presentation. I'm done with my commentary. Now I'm blowing my finance committee meeting. All right, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. All right. Okay, Commissioner Carthen.
One question, Director Bivens, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you, Commissioner?
I'm doing good. So my question is in regards to your first reading. You want us to update the policy that we put in place from going from 98% to 100%. Is that what I'm hearing you say in terms of passing the budget?
Yes, ma'am. So it's currently at 100%. I was considering changing it to the 90%, but I am recommending leaving it at the 100%. But just to put it in writing, so that it should not exceed 100%. Because if we're going to allow the departments to maintain their existing budget, their existing amended budget, which is what they need to operate with, unless we gave them extra money for something special. I do want to make that caveat, because I do know there are times when there's a one-time infusion of money into a department for something special or extraordinary, that money will not carry over in their budget. I do want to put that on the record.
Okay, because this, I just want to ensure that we're going to stick to the what we actually collected. No more than what we collected will a budget be presented or passed, rather. It could be presented as high as you want to, but it should be passed by the board more than what we collected.
Yes, ma'am.
Or your revenue. Okay. So I just wanted you to clarify that for me and put it on the record. So those one-time expenses are not to be included in revenues collected, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Carter. Thank you. All right. If there's no further discussion on tab number 24.
Yeah, I got one. No, can't go. Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. No, respectfully. We talked about, since we're talking about policy, we're talking about prior year revenue versus prior year expenses. There's the department level, and then there's the overall administration. Those are two separate areas. When we put that policy in place was to ensure that we would over leverage our annual budget process, leveraging by, remember, it's going to go backward. So I'm going to make sure that there's a difference. There was a difference. Now, it's the aggregate that we put that policy in place, 0.98% is what we're trying to shoot for. Like, all right, now, it's to put controls on, you don't spend everything. Now, we get it, we're incurring these massive expenses, they need to roll. But it was about that margin, which brings me back to my point, the collection rate. Commissioner Mitchell asked for some information, and so did I, regarding the historical collection rate, because you just made that reference. So you don't have to do this now. I just want to make sure I got the latest copy going into tomorrow's vote. That I think we've done 94. We as a board will set a collection rate to manipulate our budget to show that we're coming in under budget, and we weren't. That's what I was fighting against. Like, okay, look what you're doing. You're coming in 6%, 5% under, but you're collecting up here at this level. So you come in and you're having to re-amend your budget in April and May. That's what this was about. So now I'm going to come back to, okay, now where were we? So what is the collection rate that we're assuming? Are we back to we're just going to set it annually, or we're going to fix it as a policy that it's 97? 97.5, 98. Do you guys have that data? We talked about this, and y'all know you got to get aboard with the asphalt.
Madam Chair.
You have, okay, Commissioner is still talking.
No, good. They can respond, Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, yes, you are correct. So the tax commissioner did send information to all the commissioners as well as the finance department. And historically, that rate has been 99% collection rate of the tax bills that have gone out. You are correct. We have used a 94% rate during the budget process. During our retreat last week or week before last, we did talk about increasing that to 97.5%. So what I would like to propose based on that is to reword this, and I'll get it once we finish the finance committee meeting, or between now or during the finance committee meeting, to state that, to codify that the board would like to use a 97.5% collection rate, and maybe put something in there when the actual correct collection rate is at 98% or higher. Is that what you're looking for? More?
I'm putting it out there. You're pretty much locked right now on what you presented. The process is, we'll get into tomorrow. This is one thing, if you want to make a provisional adjustment, just put it in writing so Lisa can capture it and we can sit in debate. We'll concur amongst ourselves. Is it in or out? If it's concurrent, we put it into a bigger thing. Lisa will adjust it later. But you're not going to pull this off that fast with all these, no, we'll just bring it up on the floor. But this is see, it's our turn now. You've done your job. Now we're talking amongst ourselves, like, all right, guys, let's follow this up. All right, now, so my second question is, if we do set it to 97 or 95%, will we apply that to the current budget that we're about to get in the next 2 weeks? Yes or no? Will the policy that we put in place tomorrow, if we vote on this, will it be effective immediately in such a way that you'll be applying it to the budget that we're going to get presented in the next 2 meetings?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. That's something I would like my peers about now. I'm okay. I just want to make sure they understand what we're saying. And of course, all of us ask for data in our own way. And so I'm not pushing this one way or another, Madam CFO, but it's a process that we're in right now. And we can just take this up tomorrow on the floor. And of course, I'll yield the floor for right now. I have no more comments. You've got it. And we'll make our amendments or provisional changes tomorrow. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you so much. Commissioner Guyder.
I'll be quick. I don't think the collection rate should be in a policy, because each year stands on its own. You never know what's going to happen. You don't know if you're going to have 10,000 appeals. You don't know if the state's going to be late with the public utility digest. You don't know if your sales ratio is so low that you can't collect on 100% of the public utility digest. So there's too many factors out there. You're going to have to take it 1 year at a time. I'm just trying to warn you because so many things can happen that can affect what percentage you use. The payments, the tax bills could go out late. They have to allow so long to for the taxpayers to pay it. So you have to push that date back. So I would suggest you not make it a policy and just leave it as a call for each year. Just my 2 cents. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair.
I'll be great. To that point, I'm sure the tax commissioner could be here. Again, this is about the board and what we've historically done. It's how we jerry-rig the system. The tax commissioner would, why don't we just follow what he said? I'm fine. We don't have to debate it now. I get it. But the point is we're hedging. That was the policy. That's the de facto policy. It wasn't in writing. You get 94 every year. That's policy by default. That's my point. That's what I'm saying, the invisible rules. So we're saying, if you blow it, you say 97 is less than his historical 99, I'm okay. That's the point of the debate. It's got to be done in a public forum. The board, and these are all good points, and this one is healthy. But the point is, well, we can just follow what the tax commission say, let him make the call, but you got him doing it, we're going against him, we're being political against him, hedging. We're hedging against the tax commissioner. He's the one who's on the hook. Yeah, we'll take the hit if we miss it. But okay. He said this is what he was going to collect. It's a game. And I'm just calling it out. That's what that was. Why are you going against the tax commissioner? Why did you hedge? He's the one responsible for it. So we're showing up. All I'm saying, Madam CFO, you see all this, like, look, just try to clean up as much as you can, and you're doing it. That's what I'm looking for. These are about transparency shenanigans. Come on. Wait, we frame these books. How we, against what? Invisible rules. That was all. I just want to make it about, I'm trying to yield because I know Commissioner wants to speak. I yield. I made my point.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair,
Mitchell?
just one clarification. And I don't know if Commissioner Carthen is still with us or not, but I thought it was based on the prior collection. What's the policy? I don't think it was a floating rate or anything of that caliber. It was just based on the collection rate of the prior collection, if I'm correct in my statement though. But if that's the case, then it's always been based off the prior collection. So if it's 94, that's what we'll deal with this time around. If it's higher or lower, that's the sliding scale. Am I correct in that statement, Madam Chair, or Commissioner Carthen, I guess, if you want to tie in?
You are correct, Commissioner Mitchell, certainly.
Okay. So with that being stated, that's the policy. Nothing has changed. But we'll see what tomorrow brings. But I don't, I think I would like to stay along that line. But that's why I asked for the data of just tell me not what we think or how we feel about it, and jokingly stating that, but what is the data that shows us 97 or 98 or 100% is there? Because you understand, he does collect, meaning the tax commissioner collects 100%. He doesn't collect it in the time frame in which we're trying to, create our budget or complete our budget cycle. But he does in the interim. I mean, and Commissioner Guida, you probably would state this as well. Eventually, you do get to at least close to, if not 100%. So, with that, I'll leave it there. And this is some good dialogue, though, guys. Good stuff. And I'll yield at this point.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Robinson.
Yeah, no, just pull out the policy. Make sure you guys have one that we all passed before a couple of years ago. But there has been some shift in language as we've matured, and we're talking different things here, right? And I believe that we did get the historical collection of it. When I saw Brett Baker the other day, he told me that, okay, it needs to be in writing. I'm clear on what he said. His collection rate was 99% per year except for 1 year. I asked him for 6 years. Right, so that's his collection rate. I'm talking about the budget. So do we set the budget based on the collection rate? It's a variable that's introduced that says, okay, I'm going to forecast it's quantity times price equal revenue. Number of people times houses. We did this before. My point is I'm going to determine revenue was the number of quantity times the price equals revenue. I'm very clear on this. Now, CFO, I know you know what I'm saying. You're setting the budget based on the collection rate historically, or you setting it on the hedge. And that's all I'm getting at. Like, guys, we're undermining. Because the prior CFO used to set our revenue based on a different number. We keep talking about this every year. Only now Madam CFO is here, and that's why there's confusion. I'm like, okay, guys, it's not clear. These are different variables. And I'm sitting here because we were talking about in a retreat 2 weeks ago. And we're coming from two different reasons. I'm like, God, okay, this is a good problem, but the policy is not clear. I know what we're intending to do. And y'all keep smoothing the words around. Amended versus adjusted, reoccurring versus, like, guys. Collection rate versus guys. To Madam CFO, you got to clean this up by tomorrow. I think you hear it. We're coming from two different places. I think the board has different perspectives. Again, 5 of us looking at the same problem, and we're not hearing or seeing each other on what they're looking for. But you got to act. You got to pull it all together. We're coming from different places, and we're concerned about different issues. But we're trying to solve different problems, and it simply comes down to your policy to make sure all of us see ourselves in it. And you got 24 hours to get together. So I yield. Madam Chair, good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Madam CFO, I would ask you to take a look to see what, just other than just Douglas County has done in the past when it comes to volatility. Certainly because if we had a recession such as we did in 2007, and though that collection rate is definitely going to change if you have an enormous amount of foreclosures. I just want to make sure we don't paint ourselves in a corner. So can you just, if you could just bring some information for the board to just kind of tell us what the tradition or the norm or common practice based on the finance world?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Board of Commissioners, certainly tomorrow be prepared to approve our expenses. And then I'm going to move, we have tab number 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 25 and 26, excuse me. Tab number 25 is approval of a policy regarding the engagement of counsel for Douglas County officials as part of the 2022 Optimization Act pending final legal review. Legal Department.
I'll try to expedite this, Madam Chair. This is a policy that allows the county to pay for the defense of elected or employed or appointed officials, any employee actually, who is in need of counsel in connection with a claim arising out of them performing their duties. And it's we initially proposed this policy a couple of months ago and didn't go forward, simplified it a lot. The code section is 45-9-21A, which basically says that a county can pay for these types of expenses if it has a policy allowing it to do so. So we've actually adopted a policy to allow it to do so. The theory behind it, as I said back then, is that if someone is accused of something or has a claim arising out of the performance of its duties, they are entitled to some, until they're proven guilty, they're entitled to a presumption of innocence. Most of them cannot afford lawyers. So this policy is contemplated to allow the county to assume that defense subject to certain conditions. And it also has maximums in it in terms of the amount the county would pay. Now it's divided into two types of claims: insured claims and uninsured claims. There's a separate code section which gives the county the authority to buy insurance, and in most cases we've done that. And I would take the position that if you buy an insurance policy that covers the claim, then the payment of the deductible or self-insured retention would be a part of the contract that you enter into, so you would go ahead and pay that. But we've covered that here just in case. So the policy would provide for the payment of claims up to a maximum amount, and it's up to the board to set the maximum amount. I wouldn't suggest it be exorbitant. I would say maybe $50,000-$75,000, but not much more than that. The conditions that we are recommending is that there may be a determination that there's an ethical conflict, a lack of expertise, and some other factor, mostly an ethical conflict primarily, that would prevent the county attorney from representing that employee. A determination that the employee has a meritorious defense against the claim, and the county will not pay legal fees under the policy if the claim involves allegations of theft, dishonesty, embezzlement, or other crimes with respect to the property or money, or in which the county has an interest, and that's provided in the statute. So only in situations where it's not involving, the theft of county money would the county want to do that. And it's really on a case-by-case basis, but this would be approved by the board on a case-by-case basis, but this policy gives you the authority to do so. It further provides that if the employee is ever convicted of or admits to wrongful conduct, the county has the right to pursue all available remedies with respect to reimbursement of any amounts paid. So what the policy tries to do is to understand that people are innocent until proven guilty, and they have a right to have lawyers with them, and it's just expensive for them to do it themselves. But on the other hand, not have the county pay in the event someone is guilty. In other words, the county gets and seeks reimbursement. So that is the, and again, it'll be a decision on the board on a case-by-case basis pursuant to the policy. So that's a summary of what the policy provides, and we would probably want to include in here, we'll amend to include here instances where an employee has to appear by subpoena or otherwise to give testimony and wants to have a counsel with them. It can also be covered by this policy. So those are that's the purpose of and the authority for the policy. Now the board could adopt it or not adopt it. The board could take the position that we just rather not pay any attorney's fees at all. That's really in your discretion. But if you did choose to think it's reasonable to provide some support of the employees, and this is a policy that would allow you to do so. And that's my description. I'll entertain any questions that anyone has, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Attorney. Any questions or comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Brady.
All right, thank you. Attorney Coleman, what about it? You say there's a clawback clause if they're found guilty, but what if they file bankruptcy right after they're found guilty?
I think that would be a difficult circumstance. We could file a claim in bankruptcy and recover what could be recovered, but that is certainly a point, and not much you could do about that. You can't really. I did check into whether or not you could maybe collect from the pensions or something, but you can't really do that legally. So that would not be an option that's available.
But when an official is, and this is just for the officials, when they are elected, they have to sign a state bond against the state fees that they collect and everything. Why can't we just have a bond that does that, and that takes us out of the picture, and then it goes against the bonding company to collect?
For every employee, that would be, because this policy covers all employees.
This covers everybody.
Yeah, and so that would be a difficult item to have, an expensive item to have every employee bonded.
Okay.
Because
I thought it was just maybe directors up, something like that.
No, if you wanted to limit that, you could, but it's now drafted to cover all employees, and it only covers things that arise within the scope of their duties. So for individual things that they have going on, it doesn't apply.
Okay, but there is the possibility that they could file bankruptcy, and then that puts a stay against any kind of
collection,
additional collection.
Yes, ma'am. That's the possibility.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
I get back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Any other remarks before we go to the Vice Chair Ross?
Yeah, I guess the distinction between this and the prior topic that we talked about, can you ensure the same language that elected officials will be entitled to make their own selection of representation in the event there's conflict for whatever reason? The same language we mentioned yesterday. Can you make
this is a little different, and this is simply authorizes the county to pay. This has nothing to do with selection of counsel. This is authorizes the county to pay the legal expenses. What's counted? So I think it would really.
All right, so this is where again, this is back to experience. Why we let Denton get 6 months behind. This is experience, and I just need assurance. So just think about what I said. I'm talking straight from uh-huh. And it's this type of thing, like, okay, but you have the county attorney that was blocking, and the selection had been done. Now you're not paying them, and you're going through this game. I live this, and I'm very clear on what I'm asking you to write down, and make sure that's there for consideration by the board. It does matter, because you're not giving me like assurance that no, I would never put you. I never put any elected official in that place. I'm still here struggling with my own county attorney. Like, what are you doing? Pay the bills. What are you doing going 6 months? You got, what are you doing? It's that type of, I've lived this. This is not academic. This is not theoretical. I live this. And all I'm asking for is, can you write down what I said? We'll take it up tomorrow. That's all I ask.
Sure.
That's all I want to say.
Sure.
Thank you. All right. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other remarks, well, we're going to move on to our final tab, which is 26, approval of risk managers of severance pending final legal review. Legal department again.
The risk manager, the current risk manager, has elected to resign his position, do something, go in another direction, and we have a proposed severance arrangement with him that we've been talking about with him and his representative, and that's something that will be presented for the board's approval. We're still hammering it out, but we think we'll have a draft available shortly to present and include in the agenda package.
Okay. Thank you so much, Attorney. Any questions, board? Comments, remarks? Okay, being none, we're gonna, certainly that wraps up all our, this agenda for the day is quite lengthy. It's now 3:31. Attorney Coleman, do we need to go into executive session?
I hate that you asked me that question because I know it's so late, but we do have some brief items some items that we need to discuss, and they may not all be that brief, but there are a few items that we need to discuss.
Okay, what are those items? Is it?
One, it pertains to personnel, pertains to litigation.
Okay, thank you so much, Attorney.
Okay.
Okay, Board of Commissioners and to the citizens of Douglas County, we need to engage in an executive session. I certainly can't put a timeline on how long this executive session lasts. However, we just appreciate your patience to the citizens of Douglas County. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into executive session? We will take a break, so I will announce that once you all decide yes or no.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second, Board. We have a motion and a second. When I call you districts, please respond accordingly. District 1.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to go into executive session. Board of Commissioners, it is now 3:32. I asked if we just return back 3:45, so that gives you at least 13 minutes. Just a quick break, pause for the calls, and then clerk, you have the floor to move us to the room, the executive
You're back and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Sierra. Citizens of Douglas County, thank you so much for your patience. It's 11 minutes after the hour, 5 p.m., and we appreciate your patience. Board of Commissioners, do you have any remarks for tomorrow? I want to certainly remind our citizens that we do have our legislative voting meeting tomorrow night at 6 p.m. In Citizens Hall, and certainly welcome all our citizens to attend. Any comments or remarks, Board Vice Chairman? You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it relates to the business of the people of Douglas County, today's Finance Committee had to be postponed due to our very long but productive work session. It has been officially scheduled for tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. via Zoom. That's what's tomorrow, 14th? 15th. Madam Clerk, officially published that accordingly tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. the Finance Committee meeting that was postponed from today. And of course, the Transportation Committee will go forth at 2 p.m. as scheduled through Zoom as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. If there are no other further comments from the board, I look forward to our meeting, our legislative voting meeting tomorrow. And just ask everyone just continue to be mindful that we are dealing with the pandemic and also the flu season is rampant. So I ask you to take the necessary precautions. If there's nothing else to come before this body, this meeting is adjourned. Have a great evening.